Good morning, everybody. What an amazing crowd. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I heard you better that last time. My name is Christina Beneke, and I am the Executive Director at the Center for Community Growth. I would like to welcome all of you to the 8th Annual Sustainability Summit. As the Executive Director at the Center for Community Growth, I am proud to join you today in the spirit of hope, collective resilience, and shared purpose. At the center, we believe that sustainability is not just about the environment, it's about justice. Social, racial, gender, LGBTQIA, economic, and environmental justice. They are deeply connected, and true progress comes by understanding that equity and sustainability go hand in hand. For around a decade, the center's work has been rooted in grassroots collaboration through bringing people together to build a stronger, more inclusive Indiana County and surrounding areas. From supporting clean energy to empowering marginalized voices, we are committed to creating a future where every person has the chance to thrive, be heard, and build something better. We truly believe that real meaningful purpose comes from a collective effort. Being here today among so many change makers reminds me that we are not alone. Thank you for all of the work that all of you do and for letting the center be a part of this very powerful moment. If you have any questions or need assistance, you can ask one of our many student volunteers for guidance. They are identifiable with a red volunteer badge, and they are here to help you. I would like to express my gratitude to Marouk Hamid, who is the coordinator of the student volunteers today, as well as gratitude to all of our student volunteers. If you need help, you can ask Marouk, and she will be able to help you, or Ali. Can Marouk and Ali please stand up?
Hands up.
And all the student volunteers as well, standing up?
Thank you too.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Shireen Hess, whom most of you already know. She is an Indiana County Commissioner, the Indiana County Sustainable Economic Development Task Force Chairman, the co-director at the Center for Community Growth, my boss, and a truly inspirational change maker. Would you please give Commissioner Hess a very warm welcome? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's so great to see all of you. I think I do know everyone in this room, and if I don't, please, let's meet. But before we get started, or I have a few remarks, I want to thank our sponsors. And Christina mentioned that she is the director of the Center for Community Growth, and we're so glad to be part of this thing that has grown since 8 years ago. And we've had the benefit of some really wonderful sponsors. And I want to just point out that the League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania, through the Heinz Endowment, is a huge sponsor of this event. The Foundation of Pennsylvania Watersheds, and the Center for Community Growth through funding from the Just Transition Fund. These are all supporters of ours that make this thing possible. And I also want to point out the Office of Planning Development, Indiana County Office of Planning Development, Scott Yakubowski and Josh Krug and Byron Stauffer, who will make a few remarks in a bit, have been just an amazing help, and other support staff from the office. So let's give a hand to our sponsors, everyone. So I've been doing this for a little while, and I just feel like it's the biggest honor of my life to be able to be part of this community-based effort. I sit here and stand here with you all, leaders and innovators and neighbors and friends. And here we are at this 8th annual conference summit, and we're calling this Embracing a Sustainable Future. And we are gathered here today with optimism and determination. We are charting our course, our future, that is both sustainable and a just one, and we are building it from the ground up. And it is rooted in the strength of our communities. And we come together today at a pivotal point, you know, in Indiana County, in the region, in our state, across our nation. We have witnessed these past few years, from the back roads of Appalachia all the way to the plains of Wyoming, in our rural towns, in our urban areas, that communities are gaining momentum. And that people are saying, how can we build an economy that works for everyone, from the youngest to the oldest, from those who are ready to forge ahead to those who are most in need? How can we lower costs and restore our lands and ensure that the next generation inherits not just a cleaner planet, which is important, but communities that serve us all, serve the workforce, environmental, economic, and social needs that are so challenging today. So in Indiana County, we've watched our landscape change, haven't we? We've become, we've gone from a very industrial landscape to understanding the tradition that our rural areas mean to us. And these past generations, we've seen lots of change, but these things remain. Our ethic remains. We love our land and our way of life, and we care deeply for our natural resources. We help our neighbors, especially in their time of need, and we continue to produce in rural areas. We are producers for our country. And though the challenges of the future are many, I stand here with the answers, and that is in all of you, with your knowledge and with your belief that government and citizens and businesses and educators work best together when the people that we all represent are at the table, when we are talking about community development. So this is a day today where we are going to talk about our assets, tell our stories, talk about how we build wealth locally. And we lay that foundation for our prosperity in meetings and activities like this. So this summit is more than just policy. It's about people and the well-being of our communities. It's about workers who are remediating polluted sites and capping abandoned gas wells, residential solar installers, farmers practicing sustainable agriculture, strengthening food access. It's about entrepreneurs building their businesses from the ground up, broadband builders who are bridging the rural-urban divide, community-based organizations creating change and managing up to make sure no one is left behind. So we're here with the promise that our revitalization doesn't have to mean that things are going to be replaced or gone. It's a place where we understand that clean energy means good energy jobs, and that the communities who powered this country's past will power its future. So we have many initiatives we're going to talk about today: agriculture, green infrastructure, electrical vehicle charging stations, woodlots and forest health management, outdoor recreation, and so much more. We are seeing an investment in the public realm like we've never seen before, and it's proof that policy and persistence and grit fuel economic revitalization. So let's recognize the young people that are applying pressure and reminding us all at every level of government that justice and economic justice must be at the forefront. The labor movement continues to show us that the fight for sustainability is also a fight for dignity, for fairness, and for the right to thrive. We are all chief optimism distributors. Each and every one of us, we have a responsibility here to lead with hope, to bridge the divides, to build with sustainability, and be a steward of our environment that sustains us. So you're going to hear lots of interesting things today, interesting sessions, and it's all about preserving our past, honoring the legacy of the visionaries, and understanding that economic development is generational work. It's about more than growth. It's about belonging and well-being and opportunity. And with your leadership, it's about community empowerment, and that's at the center of it all. So I want to thank you all for being here, for your belief in what's possible, and for working together and talking about things from the ground up. Today, you're going to have a chance to share your ideas and learn from others. And hopefully you'll use what you learn to catalyze a new project or enhance an existing one, and you'll work in partnership. In any case, enjoy this time together, and I want to leave you with this thought. Some years ago, and he still may operate the Ernesto Ceroli Institute. This gentleman was all about helping communities help themselves, reinventing local networking and building social capital through and building that as a way to prosperity. And he would say, the death of the entrepreneur is solitude. If you're alone in business, you'll die. And today I want to remind us that the death of a community is separateness. So let's work together and get to the heart of what strengthens our communities, and that is all of us working together. So with that, I would like to introduce a few of our local leaders that have signed up for our event today. And I would like to start with, please let's recognize Representative Jim Struzzi. He's here today with us. Thank you very much. Representative Struzzi has been a supporter of these efforts since the very beginning, and we appreciate it. I also want to recognize, and I don't know if she's here, Andrea Verobish. She is from Congressman Thompson's office, so she might be joining us a little later. Peter Broad and Don Lancaster from Indiana Borough are here. Now, I didn't see the other borough council members, but if they're here, please raise your hand. Don's at the table and Peter's here. So anyway, thank you to our borough councilors. Supervisor and chair of the White Township Board, Rich Gallo, has signed up. I'm not sure if he's here yet, but I think he will be. So we're very, very excited to have White Township being here. And I don't know if Mayor Simmons is here yet, but he did sign up. So we hope to see him later. And we've got Zoe Ritchie, who's our West Mahoning Township auditor. So she's an elected official. Thank you, Zoe, for being here. Yeah, let's give a hand for all of our elected officials. Local government is so critical. And now I would like to ask the executive director of the Office of Planning Development, Byron Stauffer, to come and make a few remarks. And Byron has also been part of this effort since the beginning. And this is an individual who understands what community involvement is all about, the spirit of it. He has been supportive of it. He's built a great staff at the Office of Planning Development. And I could go on, and we've had many conversations about community development and economic development, and I respect his what he has brought to this county. And so please come and say a few words for us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Commissioner, for that kind introduction. I do recall, again, my name is Byron Stauffer. I'm the Executive Director of the Indiana County Office of Planning Development. I also serve as Executive Director of the Indiana County Development Corporation. So one of my primary roles is economic development for the county, and I certainly rely on my great team led by Josh Krug, as Deputy Director, and Kagan Stiles, who does a lot of our technical work and GIS. And then certainly want to commend Scott for his work and picking up. He had some big shoes to fill under Molly Sarver's leadership over many years. First as a student intern, and then jumping into the senior planner, and then the chief planning role. And but yeah, I'm very fortunate to have a great team, primarily as a result of IUP having a very well-regarded planning program here. So all those planning students couldn't do it without them. But thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity to speak. I do recall some almost nearly 10 years ago when the Commissioner approached her colleagues, and I had the opportunity to sit in on her vision to establish this task force. And, you know, and I knew it was something that the planning office had to be part of. So I immediately, you know, stepped forward and volunteered the office to try to serve in some capacity. And so it's been a great opportunity for us. And really what was intriguing to me was the community aspect, the grassroots component of it, and bringing in a lot of different voices. And I think, you know, in our work, it's very important to hear, and again, the sustainable movement at the time, and how that's progressed, and I think mainstreamed in a lot of ways. And it's certainly the right thing to do when when you're talking about agriculture and building and energy and, environmental stewardship. So these are all of the right directions that we should be taking, and every decision should circle around those. So I want to commend all of you for gathering here today and making a commitment to be here. The slate of speakers that's been assembled and the presenters, and certainly want to thank the Center for Community Growth for your contributions to today and bringing forth different voices. So again, I'll get to the day. Want to again thank you and commend everybody, and certainly the Commissioner for your leadership on these critical issues. So thank you very much and have a great day.
Thanks so much, Byron, and we appreciate your leadership and all the contributions. And I do want to point out, we have our great planning, Indiana County Planning Commission, several members from the Planning Commission. I know Lori LaFontaine is in the audience, and there's you're a vital part of what makes sustainability work too. So thank you to the Planning Commission and all those members here. Bill Darr, who else from the Planning Commission? I know there was one other individual. All right,
John might be here later.
yeah, okay, yes, that's true. Some folks are gonna be coming in and out. So, all right, we will get right to it then. Our first session is a visioning session, and it is going to build on last year's. If you were here last year, you know that this, that the Carnegie Rural Climate Partnership was here, and we had a wonderful, really enlightening visioning session. And even if you weren't here last year, that's okay. This builds, but it also is for anyone who's new to this. So I want to introduce Laurie Garatani and Alexis Thornbeck to the stage, or to the front, and we are going to begin, and she will give you a real introduction to what these cards mean on your table. And yeah, so enjoy everyone, and welcome to the Carnegie Rural Climate Partnership, folks.
All right, good morning. So as Shireen said, this is a warm-up activity that will hopefully just set a really welcoming tone for the day by asking you to connect to one another and talk about what it means to take action towards a sustainable future. So last year at the summit, we led an interactive activity that asked everyone who was here to envision a thriving and sustainable Indiana in the year 2035. So, 10 years, like what are you all going to be talking about when you come back for the Sustainability Summit, the 18th annual Sustainability Summit? We're gonna, getting to know where everyone's coming from is like a really critical component of taking action. So we're gonna start with some introductions before I reveal what we're gonna do with all those things on your table. So I'll introduce myself. My name's Laurie Garatani. I'm the Director of Learning at Carnegie Museum of Natural History. And I'm here at the summit today because our museum has collections that help us understand the history of the Earth. And through science and public engagement, we're really trying to make sense of that history to understand not just where we are in the moment, but how we can work together towards a collective, sustainable future.
And I'm Alexis Thornbeck. I'm the Public Programs Manager at Powder Mill Nature Reserve, which is the Museum of Natural History's ecological research station. And my job is basically to take the science that our scientists do and turn it into stuff that is useful to other people. Sometimes that's super fun camps with kids. Sometimes it's coming here and talking about things like sustainability and what we know about the natural world around us and how we can use that information to move forward into the future.
Yeah, and more specifically, we're here because of the Climate and Rural Systems Partnership, which is an NSF-funded research project, which we've recently concluded, but still have a lot to share, and we're excited to keep this work going. Over the last 6 years, CRISP is what we like to call it for short, helped us build a network to support professional learning and public engagement about climate resiliency in our region. And CRISP welcomes participation from organizations across urban and rural communities. And together we built a network of individuals who wanted to support one another in how we talk about this really important work that we are doing on climate resiliency, even when those conversations can be hard, because there is such a wide, even though there's a lot of agreement that we need to work on climate resiliency, how we do so, there are many ways to get there. And in particular, we had great participation in our project, unsurprisingly, from many of the organizations right here in Indiana. So the League of Women Voters, the Evergreen Conservancy, the Indiana County Conservation District, and the Stormwater Group that meets monthly so that everyone can talk about how you're reaching the public. So we've connected with all of you over the last 6 years. You've been part of the network that helped us build resources for supporting conversations. And so even though the research project is concluded, we've got the tools and the conversation continues, and we're excited to share that with you today.
Okay, you may have noticed that there's cards on the table that say stuff on them that are sticking up. For this activity, we kind of wanted to group you to be able to talk to people who might be working on similar stuff to you. So take a look at the card on your table. All of the different cards are listed up here. If you would prefer a different issue area than the one you are sitting at, now is your time to find a different table. But if you're fine sitting at the table that you are at, that also works. Just gonna give people a minute.
That's what they're listed. I have.
Yeah, so we have flood and natural disasters up here. High quality of life, low cost of living is over here.
Clean air and water.
Oh, clean air and water is over here. We have another low cost of living. Oh, energy over here. I saw a civic engagement somewhere. Oh yeah, there's some, okay.
Yeah.
I think there's some outdoor recreations hiding over there as well. Okay. If you're still moving around, we're gonna keep going, but feel free to keep on. Okay. Once you find a table, I'm gonna give you a minute to talk to people at your table. Maybe you already know them, maybe you don't. Just let everyone know your name, organization, if that's related to why you're here today, and why you decided to come to this event today. So give you a minute to talk amongst your table.
So we just need, I hate to stop a good conversation because that is ultimately the goal of this activity. However, we want to be able to take you through, just set you up for a focused conversation about to carry this future visioning forward. So just a, kind of refresher or an introduction if you weren't here last year. When we did this visiting session last year, we prompted discussion and really kind of just specific. We asked you to think about what Indiana County's economy, community, and environment would look like in 2035. And so there were even kind of specific prompts, people will move to our area for fill in the blank. And this generated about 200 ideas on Post-it notes. Some of the groups synthesized them during the activity. The rest, we took them all back to the museum and had a good look through everything. And we grouped your ideas into, initially we grouped them into 6 different topics, and then we learned you had 16 tables. So we thought, okay, wait, we're gonna make eight different topics so that we could evenly distribute ourselves. So what you're starting with today is a synthesis of the 200 unique ideas from last year. So the themes that emerged, Indiana County maintains a high quality of life and a low cost of living. There was a theme about having the public be engaged in planning and decision-making. Our region is resilient to storms and other natural disasters. Indiana County is recognized nationally for its approach to energy diversity. Healthy air and water quality support thriving communities. Outdoor recreation, including its biodiverse natural areas, support thriving human communities. We invest in training a modern workforce to address community priorities. And our local farms nourish our community and support the regional economy. So when you get started at your tables, there's even a little more detail from those things and some snapshots. You got 3 of the Post-its neatly transcribed onto examples. So when you get started, you might want to take a closer look at those. I'm going to kick it over to Alexis for next steps.
Okay, so on your table, as well as a paper with some select post-it notes from last year and a little bit more of a description of the category, you'll also find this fun bubble diagram. On the bubble diagram, there's kind of three areas: people and perspectives, sustainability, and resources. So what we're gonna have you do is, based on your issue area that's on your table, that's in the center of your bubble diagram, talk about these questions with your group and start to write some answers down. So you're probably not going to get to every single question, all the bubbles. So try to hit at least one bubble from each of the different color areas. But this is your time to think about, okay, this is the future that we want for Indiana County. How do we get there? What do we need to do in the next 10 years to make it happen? And so I'm going to give you all 15 minutes and we'll see if the little timer starts.
Thanks so much, everybody. So I want to thank you all for talking together and picking up ideas that many of you put down on paper a year ago and just picking up the conversation today like it was yesterday. That was just so awesome and heartwarming to see. You know, I was just floating around hearing little snapshots of everybody's expertise and just getting me really excited for all of the panelists and everything that we'll learn throughout the day today. But the really, wonderful thing about the visions that you have put down for Indiana County, they are all built on work that's happening today, and your visions just expand upon that. And the ideas that you put down on this paper just show how many people are working on this. So the sequence of activities in our Climate and Rural Systems Partnership, the first time we did this activity, we just did the visioning, and it was like very inspiring to write the visions down. I think Ellen was there. We did it in 2022. And then in the afternoon, we learned a bunch more stuff. And then we started getting nervous about our visions because we were like, oh, this is so big. Wait, I don't know if I can do it. And of course, no individual one of us can do it, right? You need to work together. And so adding the second piece has helped us just, again, kind of just as we can get our own individual visions on paper, we can get those collective resources together in one place. So we're going to leave those bubble diagrams on the tables. You are going to hear from many experts today who are speaking on these very topics. So if you feel that you've got something additional to add on there, feel free to add more to it today. I'm going to pick all these up at the end of the day and scan them and send them to the conference organizers so that they've got a snapshot of all of your visions for action at this moment in time. Just one little housekeeping thing, just full disclosure, I was once a middle school teacher. So the materials on your table that you're not using, I mean, you're welcome to take if you like the visions and are inspired and want to put one by your desk, by all means, you can have them. But if you're not using them, if you could just kind of maybe put them inside this, I could come around and just make it easier to pick things up when I come around to do that. So thank you so much. I believe we've got a few minutes before getting ready for the next speaker. So thank you.
For our next panel, Modern Approaches to Environmental Stewardship in Indiana County, I am pleased to announce our moderator, Josh Krug, AIP Deputy Director, Planning and Section in Indiana County Office of Planning and Development. Josh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming today. This is the 8th summit, as we've all heard. I've had the opportunity to be involved pretty directly with all of the summits, and this seems like it's going to be as good as any of the other ones. And we've got a great crowd here, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Thanks to the committee. They've worked diligently over the last several months to put this together. I'd echo what Byron said, and mentioning Commissioner Hess and her leadership on this. I want to thank Byron, for his support, of the planning section and in our involvement with the Sustainable Economic Development Task Force, which includes this summit as a big ticket item year to year. But also, I wanted to note I don't think it had come up yet in discussion yet today, that there is a report document that was completed in 2018 that helped to provide a framework and some recommendations, a guide for the Sustainable Economic Development Task Force as it moved forward. And one of the big items in that was actually a recommendation to do these summits. So it's good to see that these are still happening. But we also, in the planning section, we look to monitor the progress on that report. And we do have a committee as part of the task force that's been meeting somewhat regularly. It's kind of a big project, but we're working on kind of updating the existing action items and putting together kind of an update report. And I think that at some point in the relatively near future, we'll be excited to get back out with the community and kind of recalibrate, maybe do a new report for the task force. But at any rate, really excited to be here as a moderator for this particular group. There's a whole lot of great presentations throughout the day. The title of this session is Modern Approaches to Environmental Stewardship in Indiana County. And we did unfortunately have one of the panelists drop off, but we've got two great presentations and presenters here. The two topics that they'll be discussing more particularly is stormwater management and stream bank restoration, as well as aquatic restoration, so to speak. In terms of the stormwater management for Indiana County and how relevant that is currently, and in particularly to me and the planning section, the planning office, and the county, we're working on our Act 167 stormwater management plan, which is a mandate from the state and the Department of Environmental Protection. It's a two-phase process. Some may recall phase one was actually an extensive project, and it was complete in 2015. So it has been 10 years. But in the interim, we've done a lot of work to get to the point that we're at with phase two. First, we had to get it funded. We worked with the Army Corps of Engineers. They did the modeling effort. We're now under contract with HRG, Herbert Rowland Grubick, and Ben is here from them and will be presenting actually that we're under contract to help finish the phase two document. In phase one, they identified problem areas, and where we maybe need to do modeling and those types of things. In phase two, ultimately, there will be a model ordinance that comes out of that, as well as ways to address the problem areas, and Ben will elaborate on that. So it's really exciting to be here and discussing that. And the other presentation on stream bank restoration, the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy has been a part of. It was mentioned earlier. We also have a group that has been around since 2015 or so, called the Indiana County, the Stormwater Education Partnership. So that's a group we typically meet monthly. Lately, it's been bi-monthly. Lately, our meetings have been at White Township. If anybody's interested in either the Act 167 Stormwater Management Plan or the ongoing work of the Stormwater Education Partnership, feel free to contact me or Scott here. We can talk after. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists here. I'm going to introduce Ben first, and then he'll give his presentation, and then we'll introduce Isaac. Sorry, I lost my page here. Okay. Be introducing Mr. Ben Gilberti. He's the Assistant Vice President of Operations at Herbert Rowland Grubick's Pittsburgh office, where he has worked since 2002. He has led numerous planning, infrastructure, and municipal engineering projects with a focus on stormwater management. His expertise in cost-effective design and funding partnerships helps municipalities meet infrastructure needs while maintaining tight budgets. Ben was instrumental in forming Western Pennsylvania's first regional stormwater authority through the Southwestern Butler County Regional Stormwater Management Collaboration, which received the 2024 Governor's Award for Excellence in Regional Government. A licensed professional engineer, Ben holds a BS in civil engineering from Penn State and serves in multiple local leadership roles. I'd like to welcome Ben Gilberti.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present. And we're going to mainly talk about stormwater today and the county's efforts, which Josh kind of highlighted. I'll go in a little bit further detail with questions at the end. So I'm always up for stormwater questions. I don't know if I need to explain to this group why we need to care about stormwater. I think everyone's here because they're passionate about the environment. But as you know, stormwater can cause flooding, and that means infrastructure damage, property damage, injuries, death potentially, and you know, down to traffic accidents. That impacts everybody's life, no matter where you sit. Those impacts also can impact stream erosion, cause sediment within streams to move, which causes other challenges, impacts infrastructure, causes damage, people lose property, make unsafe conditions. So that's why we care, right? How do we do this? Through Act 167. That is the governmental tool, the legislation that is referred to as Act 167, and with the goal of looking at stormwater from a watershed basis, which is very necessary, but also to try to standardize regulations so everyone's playing by the same rule book. As Josh had mentioned, the county has completed a phase one, kind of the feasibility study of what do we need and where are we going. They now have funding, which we're kicking off next Wednesday at a watershed meeting that is going to be the second more in-depth phase, which I'll talk about here a little bit, but high level, we're trying to find that roadmap for stormwater through Indiana County. And we're looking to try to address the problems that have been identified in phase one and open to some new ones. So that's the overall benefit, right? It's a three-tiered approach. We want to give guidance to municipalities that may not have the tools and understanding of why this needs to happen. We want to look at stormwater while watershed is the goal. Watersheds are you know, hard to manage sometimes. So we're looking at a county level, and we want to have a good plan and guidance to get some of these problems fixed. They're impacting people. Again, prior meetings in the phase one, folks came, got their feedback. It's called a Watershed Planning Advisory Committee. You'll hear WAPAC. Engineers love acronyms, so I apologize up front, but WAPAC's the one you're probably going to hear. Those problem areas were identified. We are aware those things are pushing about 10 years old, so they may have gotten worse. They may have gotten fixed. There may be a different project or problem that's shown itself that's more critical. So that's what we're hoping to cover in phase two. In addition to that, the county was very successful in leveraging the Army Corps of Engineers to do some water modeling or watershed modeling of the Black Creek watershed. And we're able to take that planning level engineering and calibrate it to real world stream data, which is going to be very instrumental moving forward. Indiana County is kind of unique. You're kind of at the top of the hill. You've got, if I counted right, 15 different watersheds with water going every different direction, which is very unique, given just kind of your placement, right? You're at the top of the hill. Some kind of quick facts on that: 308 miles of abandoned mine drainage, 182 or 81 miles go through agricultural, 28 miles of stream bank modifications, and 20 miles that are impacted by urban runoff. So just some kind of facts of what is the makeup of the streams in the county. This map, the red dots are showing kind of the feedback that was received from those that participated of where the problem areas are. And you can see they're spread throughout. There's areas where they're concentrated, but there's no area where there really isn't any. So everyone's being impacted by stormwater. We talked to that modeling, right? So what is that? That modeling looking at these creeks, what did it tell us? That modeling is telling us that, based on future land use projections, if stormwater is not managed correctly, you're gonna see a 17% increase in peak flow, right? When it rains, that peak flow in Blacklick Creek, and you're gonna look at Tulick Creek, of up to 58%, right? So that means that the amount of water that's coming down is gonna come more, which is gonna overrun your pipes potentially, cause erosion, impact people. So that's what, again, why we want to care and why we need this planning effort. What we're doing in phase 2. This is the important part. We're gonna start looking at collecting and reviewing the data out of phase 1 and updating it. Again, it's 10 years old. We want to make sure that we are working with the current data and people are heard and participate to understand the problems, to find those solutions. We want to put a priority on those problems to say, hey, money's always tight, opportunities are tight. Where is our biggest impact per dollar, per storm event? Where do we focus on first and second? And that doesn't mean that, you know, we won't start number 2 till we find number 1, but where do we want to channel our energy and channel our time? We're going to look at planning level strategies of how do we fix this? Is this pipe too small? Is this bridge too small? We need to make it bigger so it's not backing up, flooding people. Do we need to do release rates in this area to try to make up for some past history or based on geologic conditions? Is there opportunities that may not be stormwater, but we could dovetail a stormwater effort with an acid mine drainage effort to do one project to impact two problems, right? We're looking for those things. We're going to summarize all of this in a report because as people change on municipalities and people change on boards, we don't want this to sit on a shelf and not have an impact. We want to be able to spread that work down through and work the plan. We're going to come out with some recommendations. One of the recommendations will be a model ordinance that will be shared to all municipalities, which will be consistent with new DEP regulations. So everybody's playing by the same rule book, including the developers. You know, a lot of the developers understand why stormwater is important, but time is of the essence. Permits are important. Just let me know what rules I need to follow so I can budget for it, plan for it, do it the right way and move forward. Same with municipalities, right? It's frustrating when the downstream municipality blames the upstream municipality because they're not following the rules, and that's why I'm getting flooded, right? Let's give everyone the same rule book. So that'll all be compiled and reviewed by DEP and be the final plan with the deliverable.
Do we know yet who will be reviewing those plans?
The final plan?
No, when it's implemented, when the plan is completed, who's going to be doing the reviews to make sure that everybody's following those rules?
That'll be part of the process. Again, you can get everyone to the table, but you can't force everyone to participate, but it's gonna be there. And just think of the cost of every municipality in Indiana County having to write their own ordinance by 3 different engineers. It's gonna be here's a template. You're gonna be allowed to choose your own adventure in these areas, but these areas this is how you have to do it. And it's gonna be consistent with the permits that DEP has to follow anyway. So it's gonna get everybody similar. Again, covered this a little bit already, but the public participation is key. So if you have the opportunity to participate at these meetings, get that good data in. We actually have a QR code at our booth that we're kind of testing out for Wednesday's meeting that should get you to a GIS application where you can pick on the map where your problem area is. With a brief description, I would, if you have one, would love to see it just to kind of test the system before Wednesday, but a very good way to compile those areas. Kind of high level stormwater, what we'll see will be in the plan, right? I think this is a good graphic of kind of showing the life cycle of your forest, your field, your pristine area. When the water falls, some of it runs off. Some of it gets sucked up by the vegetation, some of it soaks into the ground, and some of it evaporates. And when you have a very wooded area and a very natural area, the percentage that runs off is much lower than the percentages that go in. As you start developing, right, you start seeing that runoff unmanaged increase because there's hard surfaces, there's roofs, there's pavement, gravel that promote more of a runoff than a soak in. So we're looking at having aspects in there that's going to promote when development happens that tries to mitigate that runoff and manage it correctly. It's even worse in urban areas that, you know, are mainly covered. Think of a city, it's all concrete. How do we still promote? There are ways to do that to get the water back into the ground, so it's not just going right to the creek. And then more dense urban development you have, the more runoff you're going to have versus the evaporation and infiltration. How are we going to promote this? Everyone loves green infrastructure. It's great. The truth is green and gray infrastructure need to work together. So your green infrastructure, you know, the good plan, a bioretention, riparian buffers that we're going to talk about here shortly, wetlands, rain barrels, all of those things are great and are part of the plan. Also part of the plan is going to be your gray infrastructure, right? We're still going to have to pipe some things and making sure they're the right size. We're going to need to make sure that we have basins to hold the water back, to slow it down in the release. So we don't have that peak that I talked about in the modeling from the Army Corps, you know, gutters and discharges at controlled points. We're still going to have them, but we want to make sure that they're working correctly, they're maintained correctly, sized properly, and use good engineering practice to do them. Project timeline, we kicked off this fall, so we're just at the start of it. Again, our first WAPAC meeting is Wednesday, so we're gonna start kind of getting people engaged, getting that feedback, figuring out how to communicate best to the audiences and get that information in. Behind the scenes, we're working with the county to review the data in phase 1, see if we need to make any changes. Looking at, you know, spring, we're gonna look at existing stormwater controls across the footprint, see where we're working at and see what could use some massaging and improving and some unique things that you're doing here that are great and we want to maintain. Spring, we're gonna be looking at the stream problem areas. It'd be a great time to get out in the field and look at some of those with the leaves down and not greenery. We're gonna be able to see things and find things and see that erosion. Let's hope for not a lot of snow like last winter. Let's hope for a little bit of a not white winter, spring. Model ordinance started to be developed in the spring. Review the plan spring, summer with hopefully final delivery next summer, pending DEP's review. So that's kind of the game plan as we sit here today in the playbook for success. So the ultimate question that I always like to end is like, what is in it for us? What's the final benefit going to be? And again, we had talked briefly, that consistency among stormwater regulations is key, right? Everybody's playing the same rule book. Everyone's pulling the same direction. That's when good things happen. So that's going to be one of the biggest things here. The other aspect is this is the roadmap for the county of how to deal with stormwater. Like this is kind of our playbook of what we're going to do to make this better. And we're going to try to utilize that watershed model, right? That's a very good model that could save project costs. As an engineer, we have to do H&H modeling to size a culvert, size a bridge, look at stream restoration. The county has already done that for us. So that's going to make projects more affordable. That's going to be less engineering for us, but also have data that's already been approved for DEP, which may help shorten permit times, right? So that's going to be out there that again, is a tool to help make these things more affordable. I always love this picture. And in my background, I've worked at stormwater planning at the large level, but also local municipality levels. And this is a picture that I've taken, right? This is the school bus dropping kids off during a flood event where the water's cresting and eroding the roadway. Like, these aren't good situations. These are real public health and safety issues. And when you go to a municipality, right? No, it's not mine. It's your fault. It's this one's fault. That doesn't solve stormwater. So this plan is going to get people around the table talking about the problem together with the hope of, you know, we're not going to be pointing fingers. We're going to work together. It's a fact. I know there's some legislators or former legislators in the room here, multi-municipal projects where folks are working together that are benefiting the most people tend to be the ones that are easier to get grants for, right? This tool will help people work together to solve the problem that's impacting everybody versus competing against your neighbor. Enforcement, we had talked about the model ordinance, right? For everyone to write that model ordinance is going to be 10 or 20 times more than adopting kind of the standard guidelines, saving money. And then just seeing who is reviewing these plans, and do we have people that, if a municipality is not capable, is there a way to do that through the county or some other way, so we're making sure that the work is done correctly. Again, that regionalization and stormwater is key. Stormwater doesn't turn at the municipal boundary. It's going to go downhill where gravity and the stream's going to take it. So we need to work together. The solution to our problem where I live may be going upstream to my neighbor municipality. Trying to spend my tax dollar in a neighboring community is a tough hurdle sometimes to overcome. But if we're doing this as a true regional effort, we understand that's where the benefit is, and the project in my neighborhood might be 1/10 of the cost of trying to fix the problem where I live. So, you know, that's an opportunity, and looking for efficiencies to try to get that done as cost effective as possible. Problem area list. They just have a list of where all the problems are with planning level solutions, get you ahead of everybody. It allows you to start capital improvement planning of, if we want this project done, we need to start setting money aside or finding ways to fund it. Smart development. I know I've had success with other developers. If you can identify that there's a problem before they develop, they may be willing to throw money at, or infrastructure at, or a solution at that problem on their nickel to help make that cost more affordable for the municipality. And having a list that's well thought out, well planned, with a good budget really makes for a strong grant application that gets everybody's, right? Everyone's competing for that same dollar. If I'm here saying, I have this problem, I don't know what it's going to cost, but I need money, versus I have this problem, we've looked at it, we've started the permit effort, the engineer says it's going to cost this, that's going to be an easier project to get grant funding for. So with that, if there are questions that are brief, I can take them now, or we can save them to the end, whichever moderator wants to do.
Thank you, Ben. If there's any questions that you're just burning to get out, or, you know, just, we can do a couple now. We'll also do questions at the end. You know, there's somewhat related presentations, so you can have questions for Isaac at the end, or you may hold them for Ben. Does anybody have any question they want to get out now?
Got a specific one for here, right outside the front door. What's the name of this watershed?
Oh, hometown one. I'm gonna kick that to.
I think that is within the watershed that's modeled. I think that is within the Black Lick overall. And then I think it's within the Two Lick, it may not be. It's within the Black Lick watershed. It is within what's modeled, yeah. Then there's different smaller names.
But I was in the ones that were listed in the presentation, and I was trying to figure out where that was, because I live a few blocks from here. I keep waiting for the resolution. I live,
Okay.
And I would note that Indiana Borough does have stormwater management ordinance. White Township does have stormwater management ordinance. There's several other communities in the county that have locally adopted ordinances. What the model ordinance will do, just to elaborate on that a little bit, is it is a requirement to have this model ordinance developed. It's technically is a requirement then at a certain point in time after we have the approved plan and model ordinance from DEP, that all municipalities in the county would adopt the same model or something more stringent is the best way I can describe that. Locally here in Indiana Borough, it's quite likely that the existing ordinance is probably even more stringent than what our model will be. So it may not have a major impact on the ordinance in, say, Indiana Borough or White Township, but what it will have countywide is the problem areas that are being addressed with some potential solutions, costs, and things like that. So it will be a benefit to everybody in the county, this planning effort. Laurie?
The very first step is collecting data and they plan go. Where are you getting the data from?
So those will be public participation through those WAPAC meetings, as well as online surveys. We'll use a couple of planning tools, but if you can't make the meeting, we still want to have some voices. So we'll work with the county and communicate exactly how, but we've discussed online Survey Monkey type things. Again, we've had the map here with the QR code that can get it in right now and through these meetings and taking it back to municipalities to go talk with their folks. So there's going to be a couple different avenues to gather that information, but that's the plan as we sit today.
And I would also note that phase 2 does have a different flavor, so to speak, than phase 1. A lot of data gathering, identification of the problem areas, all that was done in phase 1. And there was an extensive survey that went out to all the municipalities and a lot of surveying as part of that phase 1. Phase 2 builds on that. And frankly, it is more technical in nature. So there's a watershed modeling and they'll use that to help address problem areas, but the WAPAC will still be involved directly in helping to guide the plan development, what's in it, and the model ordinance.
One other question. You talk about working with the municipalities within the county and talk about working with the various municipalities within the county and the headwaters of the Blacklick are actually in Cambria County. So working with Cambria County and their existing data, I don't know if they have a watershed ordinance.
It's covered in model.
Yeah, the model covered that. So the model looked at it from a watershed. So as it went into other areas, that has been covered. You know, I see no reason why we couldn't reach out to the county data to, the county planning department there and invite them, whether they choose to participate or not, that is up to them. But again, I think it's an open invitation.
Anything else for right now? We can hold questions till the end. Sir?
Have you found that the work that you've done here in Indiana County, the education that you provided, and how much more advanced you appear to be than some other counties, that it requires developers that want to locate here to be much more sensitive and appropriately directed towards things like mitigation, CBAs, those kinds of issues when they want to come to Indiana County?
Well, I'll note something anecdotally and then I'll let Ben handle it more, I guess, expertly, so to speak. We do have in Indiana County 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, county commissioners had adopted, well, actually in April of 2023 adopted, and then in August of 2023, a subdivision and land development ordinance went active. And there is a stormwater management component in that ordinance. Our subdivision land development ordinance is in effect in 32 out of 38 municipalities in the county. Most of those other 6 that have their own local land use also have something for stormwater. So to that end, prior to that ordinance being in effect, there was truly outside of state and federal regulations for larger type projects, for those, middle of the road type typical land developments, there was no stormwater controls. In the past 2 years, we've had several land developments come through our planning commission, some that did have to required improvements for stormwater, and we've had pretty positive experiences in working with the developers. What we found with that front and just with the saldo in general, the land development, and we heard this going into the adoption of it, was that having standards is actually something that is really encouraging to developers because they know the rules that they have to play by. And I know that could be kind of counterintuitive, you know, some people just automatically think that more regulations is bad. We've actually heard and experienced sometimes the opposite.
Yeah, I would say from a larger scale, right, if you're trying to compare Pennsylvania versus a Maryland or Northern Virginia, Pennsylvania is behind on the regulations. So if a developer's coming from Maryland, Northern Virginia, they're used to doing more than what is required. The biggest holdup that I see reviewing plans and also working on sometimes the private side with that, in my experience, is when you have a DEP regulation that conflicts with the municipal regulation, and now they're doing two reports, and how am I supposed to meet this and this? They're 180 of each other, and it causes delay in the time. That's what kills the development. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
We're gonna bring up our second presenter here, Mr. Isaac Thompson. And Isaac is a 2023 graduate of IUP's geography program. Since then, he's been an employee with the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, the WPC. At WPC, Isaac works with many partners and conservation stakeholders to increase aquatic organism passage and natural stream connectivity throughout Western Pennsylvania. In addition to his primary duties at WPC, Isaac participates in a diverse array of fieldwork, including electrofishing surveys, riparian tree plantings, and working on nutrient management plans for local agricultural operations throughout the region. Very relevant. In his free time, Isaac enjoys hiking and camping, reading, playing music, and spending time with his family and pets. I'd like to welcome Isaac Thompson.
Good morning, everybody. Real honor to be here. Real pleasure to be able to talk to everybody here. I'm on my third cup of coffee, so I start talking fast or getting excited, someone just yell, slow down, or speak up, or whatever. Also, if you have any questions, you can shout them out while I'm going. Keep me on my toes. So we can just get right into it. So like Josh said, I am a 2023 graduate of IUP. The geography department, and I was one of the real lucky ones that got hired on right away at WPC in July, and so not much downtime in between then. If you haven't heard of the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, you have now. We work to restore exceptional places and restoration projects to protect healthy forests, wildlife, and other natural places. The Conservancy creates green spaces and gardens. You've probably seen them if you drive into Pittsburgh. There's a lot of median gardens and other community gardens. And then we also have been tasked with preserving and maintaining Falling Water, the Frank Lloyd Wright masterpiece. More specifically, I'm part of the Watershed Conservation Program. We are actually primarily officed right here in Indiana, on Philadelphia Street. We work with watershed groups and different partners to assess waters and do other biologic surveys, and then other restoration projects. Restoration projects is bolded because that's what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm going to be talking about two approaches to watershed restoration. There are more than that, so I don't want to, confine this, but we look at restoration projects and we decide, do we want to prioritize quality or quantity? So are we wanting more habitat or better habitat? And then I say, why not both? So two things we'll be talking about today. First, it's going to be AOP, that's aquatic organism passage. We're going to be restoring habitat, giving organisms more access to habitat, and then restoring riparian habitat and functionality through riparian plantings. So touch on this a little bit. What is AOP? We also use acronyms here. aquatic organism passage. This ensures connectivity within watersheds for aquatic species. And we want to focus on sustainable interactions. Primarily, what we see is between roads and streams. I'm not sure if everyone here knows, Pennsylvania has more stream miles than any other state in the contiguous United States. We're only second to Alaska. And then so here we see there was a culvert, and then after a project that we completed, we can see that we opened up the streamway, allow for more water to go through, and then still allow for traffic over top. So the first thing that we want to do is track AOP. And we are using the North Atlantic Aquatic Connectivity Collaborative, or if you're a fan of acronyms, NAC. This was created right after Hurricane Sandy, and it was a result of roadways being washed out after these storms. They had a lot of inadequate infrastructure. And so the first step was understanding the landscape and understanding where these problematic culverts are. And then also it standardizes a survey protocol to actually survey these crossings. It uses qualitative and quantitative data, and then uses a coarse and numeric scoring procedure. So you either get a score that says, you know, full AOP, no AOP, and then we also get a score between 0 and 1 that quantifies that passability. We also like to track projects, one being completed projects, knowing who's doing these projects, where they're going in, how many miles they're opening up. Queued projects, so projects that are in the works, knowing when they're going to go in, how we can help. And then prioritizing potential projects, picking out areas that we know are problematic and pushing for those to be, you know, remediated. And then lastly, we want to track our progress. So that looking at the watershed and regional scale, looking at upstream miles of reconnection, how connected are our watersheds for species, and then also just for the regular functionality of these streams. So here I have a map. This is pulled from that NAC data that we have. All those little black diamond looking things, those are actually like just tiny dots, but those are all unassessed crossings within just Indiana County. And so there's a lot to do. All those green ones, those are ones that either we at Western Pennsylvania Conservancy or the Game Commission, you can see a lot of these survey crossings are on public lands. So these green ones are fully passable. They're great. We don't need to do anything with them for the time being. And then these orange and red ones that you see, they kind of look the same on the screen, I think. Those are problematic crossings. Those are crossings that are either undersized or were built sometimes over 100 years ago. We get to see the stamps on them a lot of times, and a lot of them are 1910 or throughout the 30s. And so a little example of what these dots might look like. These are crossings throughout Indiana County. We can see these are primarily culverts, sometimes multiple culverts in one crossing. Just their main goal, they were put in so that water gets from one side of the road to the other side of the road, and not much other concern there. Picture all the way on the right, that's actually one of our employees. He's doing the survey right there. You can see there's a measuring device at the edge of the culvert. And so we have these problematic crossings, and then the next step is to replace them. And so we want to remove these, and we want to put them in AOP friendly infrastructure. So on the left, you're going to see it's an aluminum pipe arch culvert. That is usually indicative of a project by the Dirt and Gravel Low Volume Road Program. It's a publicly funded program. They replace culverts and put in these AOP friendly crossings. You can see that there is banks on both sides. It's capable of transporting a lot of water. Even in a 100-year storm event, that water should be able to go all the way through without disturbing too much of the landscape. And then on the right, we see that's a spread footer timber deck bridge. Usually, that's what the Game Commission has been doing. We've been doing a lot of projects with them where they replace their problematic culverts on their gameland roads with these very simple structures. Gets people from one side of the stream to the other side of the stream, and more importantly to me, it gets the water from one side of the road to the other side of the road. A fish that's in that water shouldn't even know there's a road above it.
Question, is that for walkers or?
This is for vehicle traffic. So on the right, the Game Commission, most of these are put on gated private roads throughout the game lands. If there is more public traffic, there are other things that they have to do, like different guide rails on these bridges, but primarily it's just for seasonal traffic on gated roads. On the left, that's a public road, so that will be open to public all the time. Does that answer your question, or?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so I'll talk about who benefits from AOP. And the short answer is everyone, the environment, the organisms, the natural processes, and all of us as residents. So these organisms, we're giving them access to this habitat. We're giving them access to their cold water refuge. A lot of organisms for their life processes need access to this upstream habitat that otherwise is blocked by these culverts. Also genetic diversity, having access to a larger population so that these organisms are able to spawn and breed. And then road owners, they benefit because this naturally mitigates flooding. This allows large amounts of water to go through the road. It reduces sedimentation, so building up in the culvert pools. Municipalities pretty frequently have to pay somebody to go out and dredge these, keep them free of filling up with sediment. And then also this is going to reduce bank erosion by less water is piling up, it's behaving more naturally, it's going to act as a stream is going to act. And then residents are going to benefit from this. Like I said, the NAC protocol was created after Hurricane Sandy. People were isolated from EMS. You know, you have these large rain events which are becoming more frequent. Roads get washed out and people are isolated and they don't have access to emergency services. And we want to make sure that this doesn't keep happening. We want to keep people connected. So moving on, we're going to talk about riparian plantings. This is another big thing that we do. We've been doing this actually this week. I've been at 2. Over the past 20 years, we've collaborated with plenty of partners, private and public. We have coordinated outreach, education events, and then they promote protection and restoration. So far, I think last year, we reached our 100,000 stem in the ground. So that was a really big accomplishment. We were really excited to do that finally. And then over 200 sites, over 370 acres. This is throughout the state, but plenty in Indiana County as well. Here you can see this map is from last year. It doesn't have the plantings that we did this year. You can see we have a bunch in Indiana County and a few that aren't even on that map because they were on Tuesday this week. So I'm happy to report 500 stems planted in Indiana County just this week. And I've seen a few people in here. I don't know if he's in here right now. We've had a few volunteers from in this room actually just this week. And I've seen other people who've been at the plantings over the last couple of years here. And so it makes a difference if you show up and come plant some trees. And we're always happy to have more people, more hands, more trees in the ground, you know? So these riparian buffers make a huge difference. Even small backyard ones to larger ones that are within, you know, vast fields. We've planted up to 5 acres sometimes at once. These trees intercept rainfall, they reduce runoff and erosion, they provide shade, they cool the stream, they stabilize the banks. Their deep roots do a lot more than turf grass can do, and they contribute to wildlife habitat, and they also increase the value of these properties. Here we can see the width of these buffers does have an effect on how effective they are or what services these buffers are providing. even at the small scale though, within 35 feet, we're stabilizing the bank, we're cooling the water, we're keeping it shaded, keeping habitat right there. Once we spread it out a little bit, we are starting to capture nutrients that otherwise will be running into these streams, keeping these streams free from nutrification. They're filtering sediments that would otherwise wash into these streams and flow downstream to, whoever's going to receive that water. And then also providing habitat to birds and other creatures that, prefer these riparian areas and prefer having forested areas. Top down, the trees are doing a lot. They're intercepting the rainfall, they're slowing the impact of the actual rain on the ground. They are providing shade. In the middle, the trunks are slowing water as it flows past them. And even at the bottom, these roots are penetrating the ground. They're making it more porous, making the soil promoting its ability to really absorb this water. This water won't even reach the stream. It'll end up into the groundwater and not be a flooding hazard. Also, there's a lot more. I can't really fit many more than this on one page. And I think it would get a little bit boring if I just kept reading bullet points. Here's a nice visual. This is at Yellow Creek. This is right at the day use area. So if you make a trip to Yellow Creek anytime soon, pull into the day use area. This is on the right as soon as you pull in. We can see there's a reference tree right in the middle that's circled and a pretty bare field. We planted this, and then within about 4 years, we have something that looks like this. We have the trees poking out of these tubes, and they're starting to actually, improve the infiltration of the water, making the soil more porous and providing habitat. And then after about 7 years later, this is what it looks like. This is a couple years ago. And if you want to see what it looks like today, I don't have a picture, so you have to go out there and, spend some time outside. So wrapping up, we talked about aquatic organism passage, AOP. Remember that word because it's going to become more important, and we want to be, in front of the curve with this one. We want to assure continuous habitat for these aquatic species. We want to protect our road infrastructure, keep residents connected to emergency services, and also improve the general health of these populations at the genetic level, at the population level, and then even at the community level. Riparian plantings, like I said, we're going to protect these streams. We're going to protect them from erosion, nutrification, and flooding. We're going to provide shade for water, terrestrial habitat, and they're really pretty. And you'll see them when you drive by. You're going to see these places, and we're going to make more opportunities for recreation and for more people just to spend more time outside. And so that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Comments?
Any questions right now for Isaac or any additional questions for Ben? He's gonna bring a mic. I just wanted to add, how I hope we can notice how these two items work together, how they relate to economic development. And just wanted to note the aquatic organism passage buzzword is, kind of, I like to learn something new. I hadn't heard that yet at the summit, so we'll take that back.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask if you maintain those riparian areas after they're planted to encourage, the most success for the trees and things that are planted?
Yeah, so I think generally riparian plantings, they look for a success rate of about 75%. So hoping that if we plant 100 trees, 75 of them are going to survive. We strive, Alicia Trexler is in charge of this usually. She strives for 100%. And so we go back, depending on the funding availability, maybe once a year, and we put down weed suppressant mats. We straighten those out. We fix the tubes that the trees are growing in. We water the trees, especially in times like we had this summer with drought. That's pretty important right now. So yeah, depending on the availability of funding, we do our best to keep going back and maintaining these areas.
Any high quality, high value watersheds here in Indiana County? You know,
I'm not,
and is it possible to get them? Like if we do all of the improvements that are happening in our watersheds here, with the acid migrated cleanups, is it possible to get high value, high quality watersheds?
I would absolutely think so. I mean, we talked about how Indiana County has so many different watersheds. We're at the top of the hill. And so these headwater areas are really important. And if we can protect those waters flow down into other areas. And also have less flowing into them. So if we have, these pristine headwater areas that don't have AMD, we can keep protecting them and, if they're not exceptional right now, maybe we're not, using the word exceptional correctly.
I will say anecdotally, I have heard, fish coming back already to some areas. We've all heard the stories of the Conemaugh being cleaner and now seeing otters down that way, et cetera. So I would say they're getting better in terms of the classification. We'll have to see, but I think we're trending in the right direction.
I think our conservation district folks might have an answer to that.
Doug?
Yeah, I just
Do we have
want
a
to say
mic?
that we do have
Mike?
high quality acceptable value streams in Indiana County. I can tell you exactly where they all are, but if you want to look at a success story too, if you look at the Bear Run watershed, which is in the top right corner of Indiana County, it's heavily impacted with Van Vine drainage. Most of that stream is recovered. It's naturally reproducing trout habitat, which is a significant recovery. You're going to see as the treatment system used to work in Blackfoot Creek, one in Bittendale, that you're going to see 22 miles of Blackfoot Creek come back to life. It's happening right now. That's through the work with Blackfoot Creek Watershed Association. We have a treatment system that we manage that's on Jewett Creek, just below the dam. There's a source of impairment. It's at Waterworth County Park. That also is a naturally reproducing trout fishery. So we have a lot of high quality, acceptable value water in Indiana County. We also have a ton of more works to do. As you saw in some of the other maps, how many miles of streams are polluted, but AMD, agriculture, stormwater, other urban impacts. So we're making a lot of progress, but there's a lot still.
Thanks, Doug. One other thing I would add to that, with our Act 167 Stormwater Management Plan, conservation's a key partner in that effort. I'll say it mostly is a water quantity item, typically like the model ordinance, et cetera, is about quantities, runoffs and flows. But we have made a concerted effort in both the phase one, but also in our approach to phase two to include water quality and have a discussion of BMPs and things like that. So the water quality is critical.
Hi, I was just curious if you could give me some more specific details on the types of trees that you're using in this project specific to this area. Because when you Google it, you just get a list. And I didn't know if there were ones that were more successful. In Indiana County specifically. I'm from Home City, but I mean Indiana County in general.
Yeah, so we plant only native Pennsylvania trees that are successful in riparian areas. So that would include different varieties of oak. So we have some pin oaks, we have some swamp white oaks. We plant a lot of locust trees, and willows are really good at soaking up a lot of water. So a lot of those. Another thing about willows is that we do a thing called live staking. So it's a pretty economic way. You cut pieces off of an existing tree and you just literally you hammer it into the bank, and that tree finds a way and it grows right there and starts stabilizing that bank. Shrubs we plant, different types of, so red buds are a pretty popular one. People like the looks of them. We have a whole organization called Project Redbud. They plant city trees as well. White pines are They like a little bit more of the upland areas. So if we have a wide enough buffer, we can move up into the little drier areas and plant some white pines and dogwoods and lots of different varieties.
Laurie?
Will there be a collaboration between what we're doing, your work, your data, and our stormwater, ordinance that we're going to work on? I would think that, you know, we can identify spots that are flooding a lot, that need stabilized, need restoration, that you guys should be talking to each other. So I would recommend that, you know, you be part of the storm team to be proceed.
Yeah, so the person at our organization that heads these riparian plantings, Alicia Trexler, she sits on the stormwater.
Yeah, Alicia's on the Stormwater Education Partnership, and problem areas were identified in phase one, many of them this type of category, and then the WPC's on the Watershed Planning Advisory Committee.
Yeah, and to speak on the 167 aspect, you know, that slide I had with the green and the gray infrastructure, riparian buffer, stream bank restoration for stream bank erosion. This is the #1 green infrastructure tool to address those issues. So it will be part of it.
Any other questions? Round of applause. Thank you guys. I'm gonna hand it over to Commissioner Hess. I think she has a couple housekeeping announcements.
Thanks, Josh. And okay, so I want to see a show of hands. Who of you here knew what the word riparian meant before today's session? Okay, that's a good people. And I'm always reminded, now I have a water resources management background. That's what my major was in Penn State College of Ag Sciences. So I knew about riparian buffers and so on. But I always cringe when anyone would say riparian. I even asked Scott to change it to stream side on the program because we want to use less jargon and so on. But I always get a laugh out of riparian. Now, who saw the Keeping Up Appearances episode of Riparian, the Riparian Entertainment? Okay, all right, I'm glad. It has to do a lot with water and disastrous consequences of having your stream side suffer. So anyway, if you get a chance to watch that, I really appreciate the panelists. Their knowledge is incredible. These are such important issues for our community. So let's have another round of applause for our great. Before we go to lunch, I would like to just say a couple of introduce a few other people who are part of our economic development, community improvement apparatus. And so first of all, I want to ask Rhonda Craig from SBC. I just want to raise your hand, Rhonda, say hello. Rhonda's from the Southwest Planning Commission, and they are an important organization, regional organization that helps us plan for transportation, economic development, workforce. There's some climate action kinds of things that were happening. So thank you, Rhonda, for being with us. We have Mark Hilliard from the Chamber of Commerce. I think Mark's still here. Anyway, he was, and we appreciate all that work. We have Laura Harrington from the Indiana County Tourist Bureau. There's Laura. Thank you for being here, Laura. Chris Corrin from IUP Strategic Partnerships was here somewhere, and I hope she is still here. And all those folks, along with the county, along with our Indiana County Development Corporation, all make up a consortium known as the Center for Economic Operations, in which we really try to do a lot of partnershiping for our economic development, community planning, and so on. So let's have a round of applause for those partners. If I could have your attention, everyone, I'd like to ask Byron Stauffer, our Executive Director of the Office of Planning and Development, to say a little bit about what you see on your screen, something that's coming up, another educational opportunity. So Byron, floor is yours.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the day. What a great again turnout, and speakers have been great. So I wanted to I asked Commissioner if I could do a little selfless plug here. The Indiana County's partnering with the PA Realtors Association, particularly the Indiana, Westmoreland, Mon Valley Realtors, and provided some funding. So in light of the Homer City redevelopment project, key subject matters such as workforce and housing have come to us fast and furiously. And we've been working with Homer City Redevelopment over many months since the announcement and trying to hone in what our opportunities are. And I think we are on a good task. But given this project opportunity and many other things that are going on in Indiana County, that you've likely heard about, IUP's proposed College of Osteopathic Medicine will have some impacts in housing. Continued expansions and growth at the Indiana Regional Medical Center. So we have these big institutions and community organizations that are really driving, economic development here in Indiana County. But we also have a number of manufacturers that are growing, and you'll be hearing more about that over the coming months with property acquisitions and redevelopment. And so our advanced manufacturing and that sector is also picking up steam. So we've for a while now wanted to address it and felt that this was a good opportunity to partner. And so on November 13th, down at the Chestnut Ridge, we will be hosting, again, in partnership with the PA Realtors, a forum to discuss housing. And so there is a link that you can attend either in person or online. So again, that's down at 132 Pine Ridge Road, the Chestnut Ridge Conference Center, November 13th. Registration will start at 8 a.m. through the early afternoon. And we're having panelists to talk about the status of the power block construction and future data center plans, opportunities for economic development. Like I said, the College of Osteopathic Medicine, IRMC, and the number of these manufacturing opportunities and how that will drive workforce and jobs here in Indiana County, which again, trying to grow our population and trying to grow our community. We need to be hospitable and provide some housing opportunities. And I think we're well on our way. So again, we'll have Homer City Redevelopment Panel, Kiewit, IRMC, IUP, as I mentioned. Blairsville has some unique housing opportunities right there at that in that community. We'll also be inviting other communities like with redevelopment opportunities such as Homer City and obviously Indiana and Clymer and Salzburg and other villages around. Hopefully we get a lot of, and then also funders and developers and realtors. So it should be a nice cross section of folks that are interested in the housing space and seeing what the opportunities and the needs are, and maybe where there's some things that we can collaborate on. So again, you're welcome to join. It's free. If you can't join in person, please feel free to attend online, and would welcome anyone here that has an interest in this subject to participate. So glad to answer any questions, but again, thanks for your attention and this little plug. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's now my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, and his name is Drew Pack, and he's a senior policy analyst with the Institute of Politics at the University of Pittsburgh. Now, Drew is here. He has a wealth of experience in community and economic development. And I know if you're here, you are all about your community and its well-being. If whether you're running for office, like we have several candidates here, or whether you're a business person, or an educator, or a retired person working at a nonprofit, or an executive director at a nonprofit, I know you all care deeply about your community. So that's why it's exciting to have Drew here. He has worked for the Federal Reserve Bank at the St. Louis branch and the Cleveland, Pittsburgh branch. And what you'll find out, what you'll learn is that these are vital institutions to our economic growth in our towns and our rural areas. And Drew has extensive experience focusing on economic challenges and the opportunities for investment in our region. His work has involved collaboration with community members, nonprofits, education leaders, and elected and private public officials across Western Pennsylvania. He's really passionate about this topic, as you will hear. So you might think this is a big city guy, but he's not. He's really a small town guy And he's a native of Birmingham, Alabama, but he grew up in the Pittsburgh region and he graduated from North High School. And he attended a community college of Allegheny County and et cetera, et cetera. And he's got a great education and he's comes to us from the University of Mississippi with his bachelor's in political science and a master's in professional community and economic development. So I'm really proud that Drew and moved that he would come up here to Indiana, Pennsylvania and be with us today to talk about community and economic development and all the things that, as you see from the title, how we can fuel our communities with, we got human resources and now we need the financial resources. So he's going to talk a little bit about that and many other things. So I'm going to turn it over to Drew. And Drew, if you want to use this mic here, that's that. And
Okay.
All right, let's have a round of applause for Drew Pack.
Thanks, Commissioner Hess, for that introduction, and, oh, sorry, they tell me to shelf. You guys have all these fancy, TVs around, I'm still with a 3-ring binder, doing. But I've learned working across different areas that, you never know when broadband will go down, so I still use the binder. And, yeah, like as Commissioner Hess said, I've had the opportunity to work, different areas of the country. Grew up in Birmingham, Alabama, moved to Pittsburgh. My dad actually worked for a steel company that was based out of Pittsburgh. I always say too, me and my brother, we had the opportunity when we got in trouble over the 2 weeks they closed the plant down to clean the steel plant. So we didn't get to work in it, but we had the opportunity to clean it. So that was a pretty dirty job. And he always had a reason to, tell us, you guys need to go do this. And then my granddad actually in Alabama was a coal miner and a coal mine inspector in Alabama. So Birmingham and Pittsburgh actually do have a lot in common in the regions as far as like steel and iron and coke production and coal. But I'm here today as a senior policy analyst at the University of Pittsburgh. I have started the job in January, so it's been fantastic to get to know Board of Fellow members like Commissioner Hess. She does so much with the various work that we do at the Institute of Politics. So I really appreciate her asking for me to be here today. And a lot of what I'll talk about with finance, I'm really trying to strike a balance between people with no financial background and, some of you guys are probably pros in this and can probably tell me a lot more about, how you create municipal bonds for water and sewer and those type of things. So I'm trying to kind of strike that balance. Also a balance between practical and theoretical. So think about different ways that, maybe these frameworks don't necessarily apply to, the job that you do, but maybe would apply for other things that you guys do. So I'll talk a little bit about that. And I'll start off by talking a little bit about the Institute of Politics. So the Institute of Politics basically has 3 different divisions that makes up it. The first is the Thornburg Forum, which this was named after the Attorney General Thornburg, who's here from Pennsylvania, Dick Thornburg. And really what they do is a lot of lectures and bring in speakers from all over the country, really talking about civility, governance, things of that nature. So that's a great thing to be a part of. And then one thing that we do is a lot of student engagement. One of those is the Elsie Hillman Civic Forum. Tasha Peacock is the person that runs that for us. And we place people with different community members, elected officials. So you guys might have opportunity too. And I'm sure some of the students have worked with you guys before. Any good internship opportunities, let us know. We're happy to place students. And then you have us at the Policy Institute. So we work on nonpartisan way on policy issues. Me personally, I focus on community and economic development in our fiscal and policy and governance. And since I joined in January, I'm still trying to figure all of this out. Still recruiting some committee members also. So I look forward to continuing to work with you guys, especially here in Indiana County.
And as Shireen said, before coming to Pitt, I worked for the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis and the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland in the Pittsburgh branch. And when I worked in the Pittsburgh branch, we covered all Western Pennsylvania and Northern West Virginia. And we also had peer, because there's 12 Federal Reserve banks that really worked across large regions. So in the Pittsburgh branch, really working across Appalachia, the area also lined up with like the Richmond Fed with Virginia, working down through Maryland. So we would work across, you know, these different areas too on a lot of regional different projects. But today, here's a little bit of idea of where we're heading and where we're going and what I want to talk to you guys about. And I think one of the biggest things that maybe is difficult sometimes to better understand is really finance is still about relationships, especially in communities. It really is relationship driven. So that is so important and so critical. And I'll talk to you guys a little bit more about making those relationships, making those partnerships in a little bit. And then one thing I'll talk about is the diversity of your types of capital and then different ways to stack capital. So this is basically trying to create more efficient ways, more funding sources for you guys to have more opportunity. And when I talked to Commissioner Hess about doing this and speaking to you guys, I really wanted to focus more on the bottom-up economic development, local economic development. How can you guys drive economic development? There's a lot of things that go on outside that we only have so much control over, but these are some opportunities that you guys can really implement locally and create that reinvestment in Indiana County. The third thing I'll talk about is the different financial institutions. So I'll talk a little bit about the Community Reinvestment Act. Also talk about community development financial institutions, community foundations also, which I know you guys have some of these good partnerships in Indiana County, have a lot of good institutions. So I'll talk a little bit about that. And the next part is really being prepared for investment opportunities. So we talk a lot about, you know, I think the watershed was a good example because we talked about having a playbook, you know, kind of going off the same model, knowing what that plan is so different municipalities can understand what each other are doing, which creates collaboration and creates more efficient ways of working together and more efficient funding streams. So I think that was actually a good example. And then next is really what to consider when talking to funders. I always get a lot of questions from people about, you know, well, what should I ask the bank, or how much money is too much money? What do I need to include? So I'll get into that a little bit. And the last piece will be sustaining local capital and really working across smaller areas, rural areas. You know, it's very vital because there is a lot of leadership change to make sure that you have the supports in place to continue the capital, even if you have a leadership change in various areas. And please feel free to stop me and ask any question too. I'm happy to answer it. I'm happy to talk back and forth on some of these topics. But the first thing is really, when is the right time to ask for funding? And I tell people often, make the relationship before you ask for money. None of us like having somebody come to us we don't know and ask us for money, much less people we do know. So create that trust before. And this could just be sitting down and having coffee with a banker or, you know, a funder, potentially like a foundation. And so start cultivating that relationship early and continue to maintain that relationship. And then I would also say, like, be strategic with your investments when you're telling your story. I know for some areas, and we'll get into this a little bit more, you know, being strategic about which funder you want to fund which project is often really critical and important, especially because they fund different things. So knowing that, understanding where they're coming from, where you're coming from, what your priorities are is also really important in creating that relationship that works for you guys.
The second part is talking to funders. So I would say one thing is funders do talk to funders, something I've learned, and we've actually created, in some areas, funders networks. So I work a lot with Appalachian Funders Network that covers all of Appalachia. And bringing together the funders, it really helps to have them better understand from each other what's going on in various communities. So they do talk about, what nonprofits are doing good work, what other entities are in the area, what, does that municipality have the ability to absorb this capital and put it to work? So it is important to have those funders speak to each other and understand what's going on in the community. And they definitely do talk. I also often at the Federal Reserve would get these questions of, tell me what's going on in Indiana County and who's doing good work in housing. We potentially are interested in investing in Indiana County. You would get those type of questions. And then I think also when you're talking to different funders, like again, multiple funders is very important. You guys talked a lot about conservation too. So it's like, again, who funds conservation and how do you catalyze other funders to fit that? And some of these could be conservation and housing beside each other, just a park, with conservation, those things that kind of combine funding and funding resources. And I would always say collaboration is very helpful and is very key, but we all know it's easier said than done. But again, as collaborative as you can be, the more funding sources you will have. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's also important. You guys have any questions yet? All right, just let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm going to start giving you guys a little bit more examples of some things that could help. So basically, I would say there's three types of capital kind of really focused on the community level, which would be public, private, and philanthropic capital. And public capital does a lot of things. Again, with you guys talked about stormwater, wastewater, all these important infrastructure projects. There's different programs through the USDA, SBA, all those larger scale programs that are very important. And usually bring grant dollars, to our communities to fund community economic development. There probably is less public-private partnerships in the United States than there are in some other places. The UK tends to do a lot more public-private investment. And I think when I work with smaller places, a lot of this is hesitancy. It's I don't understand or want to take the risk to put public and private capital together. I don't feel comfortable being the fiduciary, those type of things. But I'll tell you, with the right partners, the right leaders, you can kind of break down some of those barriers and create public and private partnerships that do work in multiple ways that really do pay off. And then philanthropy it really plays a strong role. It's very much played such a strong role, we know, in Western Pennsylvania, in the history of philanthropy in Western Pennsylvania. And it's good to get those foundation dollars because they're often really flexible and you can kind of navigate those towards a lot of the needs in your community that, maybe the grant funding is very specific for a certain project and the addition of philanthropic dollars helps to engage other parts of the project. So think of maybe a childcare center that's important for workforce that gets a workforce grant, for the childcare center. And then maybe you want to increase teacher stipends. So philanthropy would be a good way to help kind of bridge those gaps and to help encourage childcare in your region. So there's opportunities like that working kind of across this, and stacking capital is what I really talk about. So putting different layers, if you think about it, public, private, and philanthropic capital as various layers, and then leveraging them when you need them at certain times. We all know that there's so much change that goes on in our communities and we still want the work to be done. And maybe you don't get all the funding at that time, but maybe there's an opportunity to bridge some of that with the other dollars that you do have. And the biggest thing I would say is you want to reduce roadblocks, in funding. And again, the more types of funding you have, the various sources of funding that you have will really help mitigate some of those roadblocks and get you through some of those difficult times. A lot of my work too has been working with small businesses. So again, we saw COVID, we saw PPP loans, some of the partnerships with that. Not all small businesses actually work with banks necessarily. Some of the local nonprofits were actually the ones to lend out the money to small businesses for PPP loans. Or a lot of businesses too needed kind of that startup capital to get back going once, we kind of were through the pandemic. So, that those various sources of capital are helpful. And I would say too, aligning different capitals helps kind of go from piecemealing projects to having a more collaborative and comprehensive strategy. Because you're putting those different capital partners in the mix, putting those visions together. So again, a lot of it is about policy and vision, but also the capital too that goes along with it to help bring out that collaboration among your funders and your investment in your community. And hopefully by doing that and layering capital, you're able to sustain funding. You're also able to take that dollar and recirculate it in your community, to create a higher economic impact, $5, $10 of economic impact from that $1. And I told you guys I would talk about community foundations, and I think you've seen like a new kind of community foundation. I'll also say like right now we're going through the biggest wealth transfer in history right now. So a lot of people do want to leave money for their communities and mark that money. So community foundations have worked a lot with different families on, creating that next generation of investment in communities. And right now, with generations turning over, some of that capital can be captured and stay in your local community, working through community foundations. And the example I have up here for you guys, I like this example because I think it's one of the easiest examples of what you can do. And this was started about 10 years ago in Charlottesville, Virginia. So Charlottesville, technically still under the 50,000 threshold to be considered rural, the city itself. And what the bank did and the philanthropic organization is they both put up $50,000 to make a $100,000 revolving loan fund for small businesses. And over time, as you see kind of with the data, this has helped create 173 new businesses. So you got to think about this over time, how this adds up. Jobs created, investment dollars too. And so the Charlottesville Collaborative Loan Fund, I think, has been a very good example of, simple, let's come together with philanthropy, come together, as a bank, and be able to continue to fund different businesses. And I know as the economic developers, you often have businesses come to you with different needs, different issues that they're going through. They may have, a great idea, but they don't have good credit, kind of thing. Or they may need a bridge loan. They might have a big, order coming up, but they need the bridge loan to actually purchase the product or equipment to do the work that's coming up. And another thing too, I would say is, some of the community foundations are good at like appropriating funds, working with funds. They have kind of that financial expertise. So a lot of times I tell, local organizations to make those relationships, find out who it is that can kind of help you through some of the financing to better help you. So you don't have to spend all your time running the accounting side of things. And I'll talk to you guys a little bit later about Erie and some of the things that they've done with their community foundation, which I think some of you guys know about, but have been really helpful in revitalizing Erie. And the next thing is a great tool. I don't know if a lot of you guys have heard about it, but it's the Community Reinvestment Act. So the Community Reinvestment Act was created basically because of redlining, and instituted in the 1970s. So banks are taking loans from a community. They also need to be reinvesting those loans back into the community that they are, have physical branches in. And they do this through their community reinvestment officers. So if you look up a bank, look up their community reinvestment officer. Like I said, make that relationship, maybe make it before making the ask for funding. But banks play a critical role in our communities. You know, they're often leaders, they're on a lot of our boards. So I really don't like, you know, they're not necessarily that distant institution. Sometimes they really can be working with you guys on community development. So there's three parts of it that they actually get tested on, and they have to have satisfactory or better, or they can't merge with another bank, or they can't acquire other banks. So that's kind of the carrot and stick in this. In all the evaluations of lending for every bank is, you can be found on the ffiec.gov website, the Federal Reserve's website, Office of the Comptroller of Currency, or the FDIC's website. So any of those, you can go look it up for a local bank. And the interesting part is when you look in the public evaluation, we talked about housing. So you can see some areas where maybe they haven't done as many housing loans. So maybe your organization works in that area. You can go talk to them about, hey, you know, I saw that you're doing less lending for home ownership in this area. You know, how are some ways that we can partner? So that data in the public evaluations is very important. So some of this is done through lending, which are loans. One thing I would talk about is like workforce development being an example. So you might have a school, but they need a loan for equipment for a new program that they're going to do for workforce development. I know some of the career and technical education centers that have those partnerships with local banks when instituting new programs. And hopefully what will happen too is the bank will give like the school a lot lower interest rate. So, you know, that's very important right now. Interest rates are still very high. So that's one of the ways that lending works, or it could be, you know, lending for, you know, a business incubator, the building, the revitalization, rehab of that. And then the next thing is investments. So investments can be grant dollars. So some banks do have foundations that do grant out money for multiple purposes. So you have those type of investments. But also, as I go back and talk about Charlottesville and their small business fund, that was actually an investment into the organization. So they're able to, the loan fund's able to pay back those dollars and recycle those dollars. So you have investment actually in the organizations themselves. And I'll talk about community development financial institutions in a bit, which will definitely give you guys a little bit more insight into bank investment in some of the larger investments that they make in community development institutions. And then the last part is services, and some of this goes back to relationships. So bankers get services from like sitting on board. They have to be using their banking background to be on board. So that's also why they're treasurers, things of that nature on your boards can help do that. And I also think it's important too, because if you don't have a banker on your board and you're trying to attract capital, it's great to have them on your board so they know what's going on, you know, so they can, you know better what you're doing in your organization and the different components of it to go back to the bank and to help with different type of projects. I know too, some nonprofits are having issues right now with making payroll because of some of the issues, you know, going on federally at the budget. So you'll often see two nonprofits work with banks to, you know, just make those payroll loans. And again, like hopefully less interest rate than what a normal like prime business borrower would get. So banks can be a powerful mix of capital for small businesses and community reinvestment dollars. But I would say they do tend to need clear and investable projects. So like the more clarity, the better when you are talking to them. Bankers always say they don't necessarily know always what's going on in City Hall. So it's very good to like talk to them to better understand
kind of what's going on in the community. And another thing too, I'll bring up about the Community Reinvestment Act is it's based on census tracts. So you can also look up by census tract, which is a low and which is a moderate income census tract. There's also community reinvestment opportunity in moderate census tracts, say after like a FEMA designated disaster, actually. It's also very important too to have some of those partnerships, because when we do have natural disasters, we go back to being a cash society. So doing that, getting the small businesses back up and running is also really critical to small businesses. In my work with the Appalachian Funders Network, I mean, we still are talking about North Carolina and Helene and the impact on that, and just all the opportunities that have come from it that are new, but all the things that we're trying, at that time that were just emergencies, and the funding that needed to be there at that time for the community to operate. And I could go and speak like a whole day on the Community Reinvestment Act, not gonna do that. I'll say too, like, it does sound kind of complicated, but just kind of know what it is, kind of know some of the attributes of it. I still say the onus is on the bank to talk to you about it, to say like, this is an LMI area, this is an LMI area, this would count, this wouldn't count, but make those partnerships. And again, it's kind of up to them to really understand, the pro forma sheet and knowing how the finances pencil out. So just make that partnership, know what it is. You don't have to know every detail about the law. That can take years and years and years to learn. So don't bog down in that, make the relationship. And one of the next things I'll talk about, which I really love, I mean, honestly, community development financial institutions are just such an interesting part of, I would say, community development. And they've really grown and become larger and larger and larger. In fact, I was reading an article yesterday in Stanford's Innovation Review that talked about our CDFI is too big, and talking about how maybe there needs to be a different balance in communities, because some of the CDFIs have gotten extremely big in the country. They were started in the 1990s, if you guys remember, under the Clinton administration. And as I said, I worked for the St. Louis Fed, and I was in Little Rock, Arkansas for part of that time. And Little Rock had the second CDFI in the country called Southern Bancorp. So Southern Bancorp is actually a bank that's a CDFI. So it's interesting because it's a bank with like a social and community development mission. And again, the people that they're extending loans to, working through, not just saying no, like, let's work through this. Let's help build your credit. Let's help get your business the technical assistance, so we're more comfortable making this loan. They also had a foundation side, so they could put the loan money with foundation capital to merge together to help the entrepreneur. Some things that they do too are like credit repair, which is very important. Also, we'll kind of warn you, if you got to pay for credit repair, that could be a bad sign. We work with a lot of different organizations that, Department of Treasury, Pennsylvania, things of that nature, CDFIs that can help and usually do that for free. And I use this picture to kind of help you understand the type of investors in the CDFIs and then the type of programs that they work on. So it could be even a corporation that makes an investment in CDFIs. You saw Netflix actually make some large investments in CDFI in the wake of George Floyd. So even Netflix is like invested in CDFIs. A lot of it too is community foundations and organizations that help do that to get more dollars, to people that need them. And then banks are big investors in CDFIs, as I discussed with you guys. So a lot of times banks can't take the risk. So what CDFIs do is help take some of that risk off the bank and put it more into a portfolio or loans that can be a little bit more risky. And also what CDFIs can do is go after grants from like the USDA, the SBA, some of the housing authorities too, so they can mix grant money with other type of funds, to really help out local communities, homeowner, I wrote on there, small business, home ownership, nonprofit help. So they do a variety of different things, and there's about 1,500 in the United States. I'll say every CDFI is not necessarily created the same. So some of them may do only consumer lending, some may only do small business lending, some may only do like commercial projects where it's like new market tax credits, revamping these large buildings. So know kind of who they are and what type of projects they're forming. Some of them do it all kind of thing, down to even consumer loans, emergency loans also for like vulnerable populations that maybe that $500, helps bridge them during like a payday time. So they'll often have those type of loan funds too available. And I would say too, like CDFIs work really well in rural areas. If you look at the data and you look at the lending patterns, rural areas, and you guys were talking about water, so a lot of times they will do the loans for water and sewer also, through USDA lending, things of that nature. But they're a really good partner. And for Pennsylvania, there's about 30 in Pennsylvania, across the Commonwealth. So this is from the CDFI Coalition for Pennsylvania and their report from last year. So you see only about 23% of the loans went to Western Pennsylvania. So I think there's a great opportunity here to continue to grow this, continue to make those partnerships with CDFIs, maybe even create some new CDFIs that can help, increase the lending across Western Pennsylvania. And I will tell you too, in the 2024 report, CDFIs in Pennsylvania in total loaned out $194 million. And on their books in 2024 in Pennsylvania, they had $500 million in outstanding loans. So again, that's a lot of money focused directly on communities, directly on community development and economic development for our local communities. And the last thing I want to talk to you guys about, I think a lot of us know some of what's been going on in Erie. I was lucky when I moved back to Pennsylvania. It was about 6 years ago. So Erie was one of those places I really wanted to get to, and they were going through all their revitalization. And it was really the Erie Community Foundation that had put up the money to like really jumpstart Erie into their revitalization. And then Erie Insurance too, we all know that that's also part of the Community Foundation, so a good corporate partnership that was able to come together. And then the city too, having certain funds, they actually have 3 small business loan funds the city of Erie does to work with under-resourced entrepreneurs in the city of Erie. So I think they're a pretty good example of stacking capital, kind of bringing it all together. This is an example of their prospectus. So you can actually go out online and go to Infinite Erie, who's an organization that's kind of keeping up with the prospectus. And you can see different projects that they're prioritizing across the city, which is about 30 from 2024 to 2025. The Bay Market House is one of those examples. So you can see kind of like where they're at with funding, how much money they still need, the economic impact that each project would have. So I think it's important, even if you're a small place, that and you have kind of the priority of these are the 5 projects we're working on. This is what the economic impact would be. So having that prospectus and having that shared vision is very important. Right now, they're actually taking projects for 2026. So again, they're kind of bringing them together, evaluating them as like a multifaceted, different organizations across the community, all the way from buildings to social services, also small business services too, included in that. So I do think it's an example of, something that's really gone well, and Erie has really put themselves on the map with reinvestment. I know the Brookings Institution was very helpful to them too, so that helps, getting that type of partnership. So, but I know like Bruce Katz was there, he was speaking, and he said every community could hire 5 people on investing in capital, attracting capital, and stacking capital, and that still wouldn't be enough. So, it's very difficult sometimes to do, easier said than done, but it's very important. And last, I'll talk about sustaining sources of capital, because as very critical, grants often get us off the ground, they get us going, they put the initial investment in so we can work on various projects. But sustaining that capital is often very difficult. And I use the puzzle picture because honestly, you're always going to be putting together these pieces of the puzzle. You're always going to be trying to make the right fit when it comes to different projects and capital and putting them together to work effectively. So I use that kind of as a picture for this. But it's not just about the capital. It's not just about raising funds. As I said, it's about maintaining those relationships and cultivating those relationships and getting that help and understanding each other and building that trust to really bring capital into your community and to sustain it. And, important to sustaining that would be leveraging multiple funding sources, blending and stacking the capital effectively to kind of understand how best to prioritize different things for funding across your community. Obviously that long-term vision we know is important, that shared vision. And I would say too, working with public and private capital, it's a little bit of a culture shift for a lot of organizations. But again, there are partners that are very good at helping to do this. There are ways to do this to make sure, I think, local communities have more ownership over their capital and what they want to see, and they know their needs better than somebody else would coming in to have that local economic development and be able to invest that capital back the way your community sees is best. And one of the other things I would say too in maintaining sources of capital would be it also spreads the risk. So when you have multiple organizations, it spreads kind of the capital risk. So I go back to the key takeaways that I started with you guys. And the first thing is relationships and partnerships. So this is really the soil from everything that grows, is those relationships. And then diversifying the capital, which helps kind of create a more multifaceted financial ecosystem in your community. The third part is the institutions that are critical for those investments. And preparation and readiness. Again, I could ask you today, what if you had $1 million for your community? What would you do with that? What if you had $5 million, $10 million? That's actually a harder question to answer because again, what are our priorities? What would we put up first? Well, how much capital does this get or that project get? So again, being prepared. And then, like I said, sustaining that local capital, whether it's sustaining leadership that helps sustain the capital or bringing in various organizations that can help kind of bring that capital together. And even if there is a change in the organization, you're able to kind of help bridge some of those gaps for that amount of time to keep lending going and to keep what you want to do in your community economic development churning in your community. But thanks for having me here speaking in Indiana County, and I'm happy to open up the floor to any ideas or thoughts or questions you guys might have. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, Bill, here.
I think one of the points you made is money attracts money.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of the $10+ billion AI facility that's supposed to come in. And there's a bunch of other ones coming in nearby and throughout Western Pennsylvania. Hatfield's been mentioned a couple of times. Questions. Are these companies or entities, are they coming to help support the communities that they are building this stuff in? And where are they getting their money from?
That's a good question. So we've had a lot of discussion about this and we haven't put out a policy paper or anything yet. But what I tell communities is be prepared. Get the most that you can up front because they are coming. I will say, there is some economic impact. There are some workforce impacts, but the workforces also tend to be transient, right? They're here one day, gone tomorrow. And I really do think a lot more needs to be done on the local level to really understand like what is the impact to the community? What are the things that the community can do to make community agreements up front to make sure that money is diverted to other issues in the community, right? It could be like, again, like affordable housing, right? So making an investment there by the company. And I do know some of the counties have gotten money up front for like their economic development or their community foundation. So I really do, at least in my, not just because Commissioner Hess is standing right there, but kind of leave it the local government right now to kind of figure that out. But I would at the IOP like to study this more and have more of a plan for communities, because it's happening quick. And to better prepare our communities to get the most they can out of it. And as far as our money, it's, venture capitalists, private equity, all, from who knows where.
Yeah, you mentioned FEMA,
Yes.
and I was wondering how the new FEMA being kind of passed to the states now, its responsibility. How's that impacting this whole funding stream? Because I'm actually working on a project that we were going for federal funding with FEMA, we exhibited with them, but now it's like, what do we do? I mean, we're planning to just go to the states individually. Is that kind of just FEMA existing? I don't know.
You're asking questions way above my pay grade. I will say, I mean, I had a friend that worked for FEMA and he would go in and like, he would be a spokesman for the local area. He would work with small businesses. His family owns like radio stations and he would do this kind of like on his own time. And again, I can't say it's important enough, like to go in and like have the SBA work with small businesses, during disasters. And like I said, the Appalachian Funders Network, seriously, like from the Helene, example has a lot of good lessons learned about what to do, and what's helpful. I'll also say too, the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland did a study on the Kentucky floods, a long time ago, and then the Kentucky floods kind of have started again. So I would look at those resources. But yeah, I would say the more you can help out people in your communities and be able to divert the money when there is a disaster, having like that community foundation is very helpful when FEMA maybe isn't there. Yeah.
Does still exist.
Right. Right. Yeah. I don't know. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Could you give us some reasons or circumstances where these capital funding organizations would be turned off by certain groups that are requesting funding? What would disqualify a nonprofit? Some of the leading characteristics of a nonprofit that would turn off, almost guarantee that they would be refused or turned down for any requests.
Yeah, so I mean, talked a lot about trust. So like I said, funders talk to funders and they will ask about nonprofits in your community, the executive leader, the executive leadership team, different projects that they've worked on in the past. So, if there were financial issues that they couldn't work through, leadership issues they couldn't work through. Honestly, if the community municipality couldn't get it together, right? We tried, didn't really work out, don't really want to go back to that community. Some of those would probably disqualify and, and make it more difficult to get funding.
Well, there's that feeling all too prevalent. There's a tension between nonprofits, profit-making organizations, and it's like fighting the hand that feeds you complex that would discourage generosity on the case. I mean, part of profit-making organizations.
Yeah, and I would say two, like, again, making those relationships is important and critical, with funders and nonprofits. And that's one thing I've seen is like the foundations will trust like what the bank says, right? So if the bank's like, hey, I've worked with this, organization, this nonprofit, I think they're a good investment, like that kind of like conversation that kind of helps drive that. So yeah, and you kind of never know who you're talking to or what organization. But it's just important to make those relationships and do your due diligence.
Yeah, I think what I take away from that is the importance of being prepared and leadership and building relationships. And you must do all of those things all at once, all the time. It's like that movie. So I'm going to take one more question because we really do need to get moving on. And I think Drew will stay around a little bit to talk with folks afterwards.
It's so cold, I might go get a Christmas tree already, so.
So you can talk about the importance of, maintaining those like healthy relationships and that community trust. Can you give me examples of different like communication tactics or programs that you've seen any of these institutions develop to attract small businesses, especially newer small businesses, to those conversations?
So I helped build like a business incubator in Florida when I was first starting out. So I got to do a lot of that. And I would say so Regions like gave us furniture and all this stuff. And I was like thinking they were just nice, but really it was the Community Reinvestment Act of why Regions was giving us those investments. But yeah, I think with small businesses, you have such different types of ownership. So it's really interesting when you have just various issues. And the immigrant community too, like 3 times more likely to be entrepreneurs, maybe don't have the bank credit background that some of the other businesses do. So that flexible funding is really important. Also do think that Pennsylvania, kind of upping their Main Street, network and putting in some of that funding across the state will be very helpful to that also. But yeah, different small businesses and the CDFIs, like I said too, are the technical providers. So like a lot of times when I'm talking to small businesses in the Small Business Development Center here too, like I always tell them, go to the Small Business Development Center first, get all that situated, then go ask, to the funder. But yeah, there's so many different small business owners and meeting all their needs is very tricky, but that's where, again, having those multiple partners that focus on different parts of like the entrepreneurship and small business ecosystem is critical.
Question. Okay, I think in the interest of time, we're going to wrap it up. Very nice, Drew. Let's have a round of applause for Drew.
Thank you, guys. I'm always happy to help. So please email me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
For our next panel, Spaces Coming Alive, Outdoor Recreation and Community. I am pleased to announce our moderator, Adrian Smochek, who is a Recreation and Conservation Advisor with the Bureau of Recreation and Conservation Department of Conservation and National Resources. Please give a warm welcome to Adrienne.
Good afternoon, everybody. As was mentioned, my name is Adrienne Smochek, and I have the privilege of serving as a regional advisor for DCNR for the Bureau of Recreation and Conservation. And most people think of DCNR and think of our state parks or our millions of acres of state forest lands, but my bureau is a little bit smaller. And what we do is provide grant funding and technical assistance to our various partners across the state that include nonprofits and local governments. And we do this through our Community Conservation and Partnerships Program, known as C2P2 for short. This is just a quick glimpse of the type of projects that we fund. And I'm giving a shameless plug of our programming here. I won't dwell on this, but if you have any questions about our programming, you can certainly see me. I have some brochures with me. I have my business cards with me. Happy to talk with you about any interest in our grant programming. I do want to mention that we have a couple of newly released strategic plans. Our Outdoor Spaces, Shared Spaces document is the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. And we also just released our Pennsylvania Land and Water Trail Network strategic plan, and that felt very appropriate to mention those here today. They're available on our website for reference. But as part of those plans, We have some interesting statistics related to outdoor recreation and specifically to trails. Some priorities that we've accomplished since the last set of strategic plans were released 5 years ago, specifically related to trails, include increasing trail mileage in the state to 14,000 miles on both public and private lands. We've closed 12 identified trail gaps in the state, including 5 of our top 10 critical trail gaps. And we've awarded 30 different DCNR grants to projects addressing these trail gaps. In total, more than 138 million state and federal dollars have been allocated to trail projects. That's not just DCNR funding, that's through some of our sister agencies, DCED and PennDOT also fund trail work. But it's important to keep in mind that when thinking about trails, these aren't just spaces that we put our feet. We also include and think about water trail networks, kayaking, boating, motorized trails, ATV and snowmobile use. We know these systems are having economic impact in the communities in which they exist. And in the last 5-year period, we saw one particular ATV trail, and that's why I have this slide up here primarily. You'll notice in that big blue blob on the bottom, the little ATV symbol, that particular trail, the North Central Regional ATV Trail, it grew from 280 to 600 miles in the last 5 years. That one trail system alone is estimated to have an economic impact annually of $13.1 million. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. So I felt it was relevant to mention that and kind of open with the idea that there is a massive economic impact happening from outdoor recreation and investing in this infrastructure. Our strategic planning has really opened up the idea that people want these trail systems. Community or regional trail systems were identified as the highest priority for investment in recreation facilities over the next 5 years. More trails, that was kind of a recurring theme, more trails close to home, safety on trails, trail connections. These are all common requests. And when DCNR surveyed trail providers, closing those trail gaps, connecting trails to downtown businesses and other key places in the community, that was absolutely a priority that was identified. And I'm looking to our friends here as part of the panel because that's something we're going to address here today. So I don't want to dwell on what I had to say. It's not about me today, but I felt that was a relevant opener to let you know that there is plenty of information out there on the impact that these systems are having. And without any further delay, we have some folks that are going to tell us a little bit more about those developments. My final slide that I just wanted to throw up here for a moment. The QR code that you see is for our annual virtual grant workshop. So if you're interested in potentially participating in that, you can scan that code and register for that. And our website is on that screen as well. So that's more information on any of the programming or any of the planning that I referenced here too. Without any further delay, I want to introduce the first panelist. We have Nick Puzak with Gibson Thomas Engineering, speaking about the Route 22 pedestrian bicycle bridge. Nick is a highly experienced engineering professional, and he's a project manager with Gibson Thomas and the company's lead on this Route 22 pedestrian bicycle bridge project. Nick is native to Indiana County, and have some personal experience with Nick over time, and I have to say that he strikes the perfect balance between his professional approach and his personal passion and the deep love of the communities that he serves. So I'm really excited to hear from Nick. Would you please give him a welcome?
Thanks, Adrian, for the introduction and a small programming change here. When Scott asked me first to come and talk to you guys today, he wanted to focus on the Route 22 bridge, and I will get to that eventually. But I also asked Scott, can I talk about a few other things in the county to try and spread out the wealth across the board here? He said, absolutely. So we will get to the bridge eventually, but I want to start with some other things on the county's docket here. We are the county's engineer for transportation projects primarily. I've been working with the county for 12 years roughly. So I've worked on a lot of these projects, not only for the county, but in the local realm as well. And I want to go through some of these recent ones that we've done and explain the community context, because that's sort of what this forum here is focused on today. I'm going to do a little tour of a few sites in the county. We're going to start at the Tunnel View Historic Site. As you might imagine, that's near Tunnelton. It's a 16-acre site that the county has. It's adjacent to the Conemaugh Dam. There is a portion of the West Penn Trail. There's a kayak launch. There's a large parking area. Several historic features, several iterations of railroad history there. There's an intact portion of Canal Prism. And then just to the north, the Corps of Engineers maintains a facility adjacent to the Conemaugh Dam. So you have a really cool mix of functionality, history, and outdoor recreation all in one spot. The access road serving the county's portion of this facility, it's one of the old construction roads from the dam's construction, and over the years, it's gotten to be in some pretty bad shape. We found some alligator cracking, some base repairs were needed. There was some significant erosion on the slope. It's a long slope down from the core down to the county's property. So we were looking at doing a liquid fuels project there. So the county invested $52,000 of liquid fuels money. We completed the work in August of 23. The work there was done pretty quickly, but the contractor was working fast and he had to make up some time. So he tried to work on a Saturday morning in August. And there were so many people launching kayaks into the stream that day, they had to stop. They told the crews just go home. So just a testament to how much use that site has gotten and how much of a draw that is in southern Indiana County. We're going to go up the river shortly here to Blairsville. The Blairsville Riverfront Trail is a 1.7-mile recreational facility. The borough constructed it in 2012. It's a partial rails to trails facility. It's located mostly within the Conemaugh River Lake flood control reservoir. So 95% of the land that the trail makes up is within this reservoir. So on average, 12 days a year, some portion of the trail is underwater. They estimate roughly 12,000 annual trips. And I'm a native of Blairsville. I use the trail pretty often. There's some days where it's pretty thick down there and it's pretty desolate. It's pretty cool to see. You'll note though in the map, a curious thing, there's this wide buffer around Blairsville and it separates the river from the town. And most of that is a result of the 1950s when they built the Conemaugh Dam. So Blairsville is sort of separated, has this buffer that keeps the town away from the recreation opportunities of its river. And as we talked about in previous sessions here, there's been a dramatic increase in water quality of the Conemaugh and several of our other major streams. So the Riverfront Trail provides some connectivity to Blairsville. There's several stream access points that get you down to the stream. You can walk along the riverbed. There's a kayak launch. There's an interpretive nature center that's about a third of the way in. There's also ball fields you can maybe be able to see on the map there on separate sides of Route 217. So if you want to go from one ball field to the other, you don't have to cross the highway. You can just take the trail. The trail itself, though, by 2022, after 10 years of service, it was in kind of poor condition. They had to clean it off every spring. After the flood control, after they released the water at the dam, there's usually a layer of mud there. So all those mud scraping operations took its toll. There's vegetation growing. So we need to do some work on this feature. We worked with PennDOT. We got a transportation alternative set aside grant for almost $250,000, and we were able to resurface the whole trail. We cleaned it off, put a layer of asphalt down, and got that work done in August of 23. And you'll see in the photo there in the lower left, in April of 24, we had a pretty rainy spring, and some of the water got up almost to the bollards on Water Street in Blairsville. And people were actually kayaking the trail. So I don't know how many trails we have in the state where you can kayak and bike both on the same alignment, but we have that in Blairsville, so good tourist draw. Heading up to the northern part of the county, we have the Kintersburg Covered Bridge, built in 1887 for the grand sum of $893. It's a beautiful little facility out there in the countryside. It was bypassed in 77 with a new concrete bridge downstream. So it has been used as a tourist and pedestrian facility since then. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. And it's not uncommon to have just tour buses full of covered bridge people coming to see it. It's one of 4 that we have in the county. It's one of 5 Howell Truss bridges we have in Pennsylvania. So it's a nice little treasure to have in our county. The other 3 bridges are in pretty good shape, but you'll note on that top picture, there's some cribbing underneath the bridge itself. It has a structural failure at the low chord, the upstream side. I'm not sure if it's evident in the lower left picture there, but the bridge dips in the middle, and then it's also rotated counterclockwise towards the upstream side. So without that cribbing, your bridge is going to be in the creek. In the lower right side, you can see the floorboards there. There's a notch in the concrete. Those boards should be up in that notch. The whole bridge has moved several inches off its foundation, so not in good shape. Luckily, though, we cobbled together almost $1 million in TA set-aside funds and some county contributions. And we're gonna start work next week on rehabilitating the structure. We're gonna tear it down completely. We're gonna preserve the truss pieces that are historic. We're gonna transport them to a specialized wood shop out in York County. They're gonna refurbish everything. We're gonna haul it back to the site and rebuild it on the abutments that are there. So very cool from a engineering perspective, but also it's very cool to see this historic resource be preserved. And finally, though, the project a lot of you have been waiting for, the one we were billed for here. Before we get to the bridge, I want to mention, the big picture of what this bridge represents. Probably hard to see from the screens, but we have a series of trails: Westmoreland Heritage Trail, the West Penn Trail, Riverfront Trail, the Hoodlebug Trail, and the 2020 Trail of the Year, the Ghost Town Trail, all across this part of the state. So from Trafford to Evansburg, you have 55 miles as the crow flies of trail potential, with 2 small gaps in southern Indiana County. What makes this difficult is in our locale, when they constructed Route 22 in the 1950s, it bisected Burl Township in many ways. You have the West Penn Trail and the Hoodlebug Trail to the north. You have Pine Ridge Park and the Blairsville Riverfront Trail to the south. Residences to the north, commercial to the south. It's very much an impediment. So they started doing studies to how do we connect these trails as early as 1995. PennDOT said you cannot cross at grade. PennDOT said you cannot go underneath the highway at Route 119. Norfolk Southern still owns the rail line that's to the north, and it's just a physical impossibility to bore a tunnel. And the last I was able to tell, we can't teleport across the highway. So what's left? What do we have to work with? And the answer is a bridge. Just to make it very clear, we did not set out to build a bridge over the highway. The goal was to connect the trails and the facilities from one side to the other. A bridge was just a logical conclusion based on engineering judgment and planning studies. So the structure that's being proposed and is under construction now, we're going to have switchbacking ramps on the sides that was gain elevation. We'll have approach spans on either end to aid in visibility, and then we'll have a main span over the highway. Everything's gonna be ADA compliant, and we're gonna have fencing along the structure to prevent mischief and incidents. I'm gonna skip over the design phase because that was 8 years of struggles and ups and downs. We even almost lost Josh Krug at one point in one of the public meetings. It was very, very crazy. But just wanted to mention that we did have a long construction period here. Our goal is to connect, right now, our goal is to connect the Hoodlebug Trail to Pine Ridge Park, and then other gaps we'll address in the future as we go. We led a contract in August of last year for $4.7 million plus a big chunk of money for construction. Great to see that amount of money brought into the county and infrastructure dollars. That's a great win for us. Work began on site in May. We set the steel girders in September. This month, we're pouring concrete, and then by June of 26, we're gonna have a bridge that's open for service. A few construction photos. The first one on the left there is one of the switchbacking ramps before we put the deck on. On the right, we closed Route 22 overnight to set the steel. They lifted the main span in 2 sections with 2 cranes, and they put them together and bolted them in place in midair. So the crane operators and the iron workers, they earned their paychecks that night. That was pretty impressive. Next, we have some switchbacking ramps, and we're pouring some concrete on the deck. These were taken earlier this month. We'll look towards the future here. In the center of that picture is Pack Saddle Gap. Once this bridge is complete, it's going to offer a wonderful view of Pack Saddle. You can see the mist there going through the coming down the hills. Also, you can see the hotel at Chestnut Ridge, and hopefully people that visit the bridge are going to spend lots and lots of money at the hotel and bring us those tourism dollars. So just to give you a summary of what this all means to our community, I mentioned that each of these projects has its own individual facets, but the recreation projects in Indiana County, the county is actively investing in them, actively looking to expand them. They're important parts of our infrastructure here, but they have 3 main benefits that I've identified myself, what I feel are important here. They provide active recreation opportunities for our citizens, and those are tied to positive correlations in health metrics. There's also economic generators via the regional tourism. 375,000 site visits per year can be attributed to our county parks. That does not include the state and federal facilities. All of that for 1.7% of the county's budget. So we're able to bring in people are enjoying our facilities. Byron has a great story that maybe he can tell you afterwards about finding people from out of town at the perfect time. But people are coming to our community to use these facilities. There's also a connection aspect, a connectivity. Not only are these trails and parks connecting us together, connecting our communities together in a physical way, but also there's a figurative connection to our historic past and our industrial heritage here. So a lot of these trails and parks are built upon historical features and industrial parts of our history in Indiana County. So it's a great testament that we're still able to connect to those. So, if there's any questions, I think we have a pretty full panel. Wait till the end. Yeah. Great. Thanks.
All right, next up, we have Sean Bussler. Sean is a GIS professional and a senior biologist with Biomost Incorporated. His work focuses on watershed restoration, and he's done a lot of work with treating abandoned mine drainage, or AMD. And I had the pleasure of getting to know Sean when I served on the Evergreen Conservancy Board. I can tell you that his expertise is absolutely mind-blowing. He's been working with AWARE, the Altman Watershed Association for Restoring the Environment, for more than 20 years. And he's currently the organization's president. So Sean isn't native to Indiana County, but I think it's safe to say he's fallen in love with the area. And he's truly passionate about the work he's doing to make this an even better and cleaner place. Let's welcome Sean Bussler.
So I actually am a landowner in the county now. My family ended up buying one of the project sites that I worked on about 15 years ago. So Altman's Run is located just southwest of Indiana. If I can use a highlighter. So, yeah, Indiana is right around here. It flows directly into the Conemaugh River Lake. It's been heavily impacted by abandoned mine drainage for probably 100 years. In 1994, the Fish and Boat Commission did a report on the Conemaugh River Lake and Altman's Run Bay in particular. They said this is not something that should be promoted for fishing, and they weren't going to stock it or anything. So AWARE came about in 2000 to address the issue of AMD. So this is the watershed. You can see that the northern 2/3, 3/4 of the watershed has either been underground mined or surface mined, and that's created the pollution. So far we've done three different projects. In 2002, we started with the SR 286 passive treatment system, which you can see right off of SR 286 outside the town of Altman. Our next project was in 2011. It's the Reed's Run project. And our ongoing project, because it's been such a bad discharge, is the Neil Run restoration area. So just quickly, I'd love to talk more about all the treatment systems, but I know we don't have time, and we have a display. So if you want to talk to me more about these sites afterwards, that'd be great. This is an aerobic wetland that's treating an alkaline iron discharge. Reed's Run, it was a coal refuse pile. R&P did some reclamation back in the 80s, took out about 3/4 of the coal refuse, but left 1/4 of it located right along the stream, which was killing the stream. So we went in there in 2011 and took out some additional coal refuse and put in a small treatment system for some remaining discharges. That's what that looks like now. And then the Neil Run project is actually, out of all the discharges in the state that are being treated passively, this has the worst water quality of all of them in terms of metals and acidity. So you have the distinction in Indiana County of having, the worst discharge in the state. this project was more involved. There's a lot of things going on with it. But yeah, we're still working on it. It needs probably another $1 million worth of treatment system. Or if someone's willing to take out the coal refuse, that would take care of the problem. So we have 2 additional projects that are underway. One of them is being completed by Bammer. It's a 80 acres of AML reclamation, abandoned mine land reclamation, taking out some dangerous high walls on the game lands, surface mine pits and spoil piles. And they're also constructing 2 additional treatment systems on game lands. And this is expected to start in 2026. And there's also a remining operation that should be happening at some point. I've been hearing about it for the last 3 or 4 years or longer. And I'm hoping that that's going to happen soon. It's almost 2 million tons of coal refuse that are buried on game lands. If you go on the game lands, you can't see it. It's in the strip pits. They just fill them up and cap them. But it's there and it's causing a lot of pollution. So we could potentially clean up 2 separate streams in that part of the watershed. So as far as water quality improvement, well, we're treating over 250 million gallons per year of water. We're taking out a half or 500,000 pounds per year of acidity, 3,000 pounds per year of manganese, 56,000 pounds per year of aluminum, and over 100,000 pounds per year of iron, just with those 3 sites. And you can see Neil Run is the one that has the most of the metals and acidity. So we've cleaned up about 1 mile of Altman's Run, 1.5 miles of Reed's Run, but we still have some work to do on Neil Run. So fish are returning, which we are super excited about. This is just downstream of Reed's Run, and this happened shortly after it was restored, and it's probably the first time there was fish in it in 60 years. And downstream of game lands, where the stream is wider, deeper in sections, IUP did a study and found 17 different species of fish in the watershed, which is pretty exciting. So this stream used to run orange, and now it's clean enough for kids to play in it. And yeah, at this point, we'd like to do a few more projects, but we'd like to stock it with fish. I think we have a really good opportunity here. Chapter 93 in the PA code actually lists it as a trout stock fishery, but it's never been stocked. I asked the Fish and Boat Commission; they have no records of it ever being stocked. So in addition to the treatment systems, we're also pursuing some recreational opportunities and also cleaning up abandoned mine lands. There still is a program called AMLR, the Abandoned Mine Land Economic Revitalization grant, that allows you to combine AML reclamation with economic revitalization. So this project involves some coal refuse removal in the town of McIntyre, which is the town had a coal tipple and a coal preparation plant, and they just put refuse everywhere. It's all over the town, and that's what causes the Neil Run discharge as well. So we're going to do some refuse removal in the town of McIntyre. We're going to daylight a stream. I know there's WPC was talking about culverts and how they can be problems. There's 900 feet of culvert in the stream, and it's all covered in coal refuse. So we want to daylight that so we could bring it back to the surface. There's a rail trail project, which I'll talk a little bit more about. This is our coal refuse removal area. You can see that one of the landowners actually put up these tires because people were riding their ATVs and dirt bikes and coming down and just making all sorts of dust on And, people in the town of McIntyre didn't want to go outside because of how dusty things were. And, so we're gonna be taking out, at least 10,000 tons. I think it's gonna be more than that because I'll show you in this next screen here. We did, some test pits, and we were also trying to find the culverts, that were buried, and it was just all coal refuse. Like the whole valley is coal refuse. So, hopefully we'll be able to take out more of that. I do have an interesting story, but I'll have to tell you later if you want to come over and talk to me about finding those culverts. It was not the easiest thing. So this is some pictures of the different sections of trail. This is, some areas aren't going to need a whole lot of work, but then there's, the areas that have all the coal refuse that, it's going to take a lot more work to get done. And in the end, we want it to look like this. It's going to have a double seal coat on it, so it's going to be a more durable surface. We're going to have about 4.5 miles of trail that are constructed, and it's going to connect 3 different towns. 2 of them were old coal towns, and it's just going to be, I think, a really good improvement for the community. All we have to do is improve some drainage structures and ditches along most of it. So, it's pretty open right now because it's being used by the ATVs and dirt bikes. All right, so this is a map of the watershed. It's really hard to see. So the railroad corridor starts up here and comes down and comes up into where the old mines, underground mines were. And it was referred to in some county planning documents as the 10-mile trail. And we're not able to get to the top mile because they replaced a bridge just by filling it in, and we didn't want to deal with some additional work associated with that. So we just decided to stop it there, and it comes all the way down to 286. Now the next, and this actually wasn't our first plan of attack. Like we originally proposed to do some mine land reclamation down here on game lands and then construct the trail on game lands, which at the time was not receptive with the Game Commission. So that's when we went north, and Kovalchick Corporation actually sold us the property. And so it ends up that the Game Commission decided to go through with the mine land reclamation anyway. So, we got kind of like double the amount of projects in the end because of that. So this is kind of some preliminary ideas right now. I'm a GIS professional. I looked at some of the mapping, talked to some of like John Simonik and Carol Cummins and some others at Aware, and we think that we can connect the Altman's Run Trail to West Penn Trail, and that's our preliminary mapping. We wouldn't have to necessarily use the railroad corridor on game lands, but it'd be nice. But there is a road that goes along that same area. If it was improved a little bit, it could be used for bikes as well. And then there's probably about, I can't read that on this screen, but it's like 1.4 miles, I think would be on public roads, which really aren't used by anybody. And then there's an old township road that could be converted over, to a trail as well on the Army Corps property. A short segment on Newport Road, and then another 2 or so miles on Army Corps property. And this would be the access on the Army Corps property. Yeah, there was something that was already there. You can see here, and so we would just have to come up and around, and there's a ramp already up to it. Something else that we're doing as a watershed group are trash cleanups. We picked up thousands of pounds of trash on the one site, the Reed's Run site. There was over 500 tires just there. We had one this past spring where we partnered with a local church and the fire department, And yeah, those events have been growing significantly. We also have an interesting historical resource in the watershed that we'd like to preserve. There's this, we think it's a lime kiln. I talked to an archaeologist this last week, and yeah, that's what he thinks it is. He looked it up in his inventories that he has access to that normal person doesn't. And he said it hasn't been inventoried by anybody. So it's kind of like an unknown mystery kiln that we'd like to learn a little bit more about and try to preserve it. And I just want to quickly mention that Aware is conducting their first fundraiser. I know they talked about capital previously. Aware doesn't really have any capital right now, so we're just doing this fundraising event, and we actually are having every dollar that's contributed will be matched up to a total of $5,000 for Aware. And I just wanted to thank all of our partners. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary as a group, and we wouldn't have been able to do these projects without all the partners. So that's all I got.
David Lindo is with the Plumier Foundation, and he's going to speak to us a little bit about the redevelopment of the Salzburg Mule Barn to his foundation location. He's the managing director with the foundation, and his organization teaches lost art craft skills. And so I'm just meeting David for the first time, probably like many of you, but I know about him that he is a craftsman, and I think I dare to say, based on what I've learned of him so far, he's a bit of a visionary. So I'm really excited to hear what he has to tell us about his recent transplant to the community of Salzburg. And I think his story is somewhat unique on this panel. He's contributing from the perspective of why and how our community development projects are contagious. And it attracts others to come here and be a part of it and want to live here. And it's really an interesting success story for the community of Salzburg as well. So let's welcome David, please.
I feel a good bit out of place. These people are changing the world, and all I needed was a place to work. The Bible and Shakespeare and the great legends of every major culture are full of madmen doing things either out of desperation or simply because they didn't really understand it was impossible. We were up against a move from a location that was far too expensive to be sustainable. And we had virtually no money. We had 3 tractor trailers full of equipment we had to move. And we had a very short timeline. So I found a building. I had about $120,000, and I found a building that would suck up 45,000 or 50,000 of that. And I started cashing in all my social capital. The Plumier Foundation is a palace, a refuge, and a studio. Palace is a place of public amusement or a place of public gathering. We are a refuge because craft is a very lonely work, mostly done in solitude. And we are a place where people can go, gather, and commiserate and learn. And it's a studio as we produce stuff. That picture came from our New York location where I walked in one morning, saw my son working, snapped the picture, and it just became our kind of cover photo. So I began with almost no money, and there were 2 fairly decent sides to a building that was really pretty bad. It was all I could afford, and I didn't have any money, so what do? This was the side I didn't show people whenever I was begging for money. Yeah. After we got all the junk cleared out, we tore into tearing it apart piece by piece, keeping as much of it as we could. But again, you know, when you have no money, you do what you gotta do. And one reason it worked is because Indiana County allows you to do things, quote, as built. So we went to Upstreet Architects, and Tom Harley was highly recommended, and he understood what we were up against. And had we had to go for grants and public money and all that kind of thing, it probably would have cost us 2 to 2.5 times the money it did. But what Tom did for us is he put together, helped us figure out ADA laws, fire codes, where to put exit signs, et cetera, et cetera. Those were the things. And past that, we walked in and started working. Started out with a demolition permit because of the new Saldo law. And that, I'll get to that later. And here's pretty much what we had to do. We had to tear out pretty much the entire structure, and we were gonna keep the 28-foot long logs, white oak, put in 1850, but we had too much of this, and we ended up tearing them out. And that's all I really had was my friend Chuck. Chuck's the best carpenter I ever met. I've known him for 30-some years. And I remember vividly the founder saying, "I sure hope you trust Chuck, because if something happens there, you're really screwed." And he was absolutely correct. Here's what Chuck put together to level out the second floor. And the inspector walked in and says, "I have no idea what you're doing, but it sure looks like you do." We had to support the roof all the way from the floor, which means we had to cut a knee wall, come up with this complicated system of holding up, straightening the pillars, and then putting the bases underneath the pillars back together. And, you know, it's kind of disconcerting to see the main posts that hold the building together suspended in midair. But we put in a couple of new foundations, but for the most part, the foundations were good and leveled up because we put new walls on the inside, new walls on the outside. We sandblasted the old post and beam structure as well as the floors, et cetera. The bottom sides of the floors, the top didn't need it. And then the back side where we put our machine shop, we had to put in about 4 feet of fill. In the new front side, we put in new floors. There's the back of the building. We added 28 by 30 to it. Broke up the concrete, put it in as fill. That's where the back, we had to put a new foundation in. On the side, the sill was below grade, so the best thing we could do, since the building was really racked at about 5 inches over the height of the building, we dug a new foundation and put up a new wall in front of it so that it looks straight, you know. There you go. That's the back of the building, and we went at it, and to marry the new structure to it, to make it look like anything presentable, we basically had to almost reconstruct that whole end of the building. Thankfully, Chuck had a few ideas. You know, the boss says, you know, I should say the founder says to me, "Do you have a crew?" And I'm like, "No." But Chuck's very affable. And we found one local guy there, Dustin Young, and Dustin came on, and Chuck said the work is really crappy and the pay's worse. He said, "I'm in," and he was there the entire project. Past that, we used local crews. And then, you know, talking about good government, the borough didn't fight us at all. One of the reasons I really thought Salisbury would work was because they have no zoning, and that's the kind of place we have to be to function. They came over with their Kubota, and they helped us set the I-beam. Otherwise, it would have been another $1,000 for a crane. Used Plum Creek to frame out the back section. I wanted the back section to look like it was from 1890 to 1910, something like that. So I ended up using standing seam. The Heritage and Museum Commission wanted the old and the new to look different, so I used vertical hemlock shiplap so that it would look period correct. And in general, I just wanted it to match the community. Long story short, we tried to make it look like it fit. But the structure, it was pretty crazy. We put in heated concrete in the machine shop and the cabinet shop. Pretty good amount of concrete we poured. New floors, new gas lines. We got the kids from the STEAM Academy down to help us, their electric. One of the problems they have with the electric program is they don't have enough projects. They desperately need projects for the kids to do. Talk about good government. They've started the STEAM Academy and they are teaching kids from a relatively poor community to do jobs and stay in the community so that your best and brightest don't flee. And I think that is fantastic, especially since they're getting corporations to fund most of it. I mean, really, it's just construction pictures is meaningful to me. I had a lot of volunteers. The guy on the left up there, he put in about 1,700 hours. The guy in the middle was out for 1 week a month. And it went on and on like that. Talk about funding. The founder got a little nervous because, I really didn't have any money. And I was out begging and I don't know, I never thought I was very good at begging, but it turns out I'm not too bad. And we were quite short at the time, and he, for his own security, wanted to go to the bank and get a construction loan of about $125,000. And I thought, all right. So because we didn't have a general contractor and we didn't go through the normal means, it was just my buddy Chuck and I doing as built. It was a lot of paperwork and a lot of time, and we get through and they finally approve us because we're right down the street and all this kind of stuff. But $25,000 in fees on a $125,000 loan. Now, I'm no financier and I'm not too bright, but that math doesn't work for me. So you talk about stupid, We obviously said, sorry for wasting your time and ours, but got a couple Mennonite kids to come in and put the drywall up. I think you can see one seam. They were fantastic. All the woodwork inside was produced in our cabinet shop. I had 2 tractor trailer loads dropped off at the defunct school up the street where a guy stored them for 9 months at no cost to us. Unbelievably generous. Todd Wagner let us use his truck and his trailer and his forklift, etc. He told us it was going to be $65,000 to put the floors in and finish it. So my son and I learned to do flooring very rapidly. I took some of those boards from underneath those logs and I turned them into things like window sills and things like that. But we laid all that. We made all the molding. I went down to Home Depot and I looked at the molding and it was so expensive and it was so ugly. I'm thinking, man, I need a Zoloft. And and I went back to the shop and I went up to the lumber to the sawmill and I bought some wood and we started making moldings and put in floors. My son did most of the install. I did most of the finishing. And again, the kids came in and, putting an outlet in 4 inches from the floor really is terrible. Well, we had these kids that did it, and there's the floor finished, so this old building is, and look, I just needed a place to work, and we used leftover siding for some of the trim. Basically, I just grabbed whatever I could get and we made stuff. We designed the rails, built the rails in it, and then I found on Facebook Marketplace these cabinets, and we reinstalled those. They were up in Massachusetts. I found some glass in Chicago, etc. Here's what the front looked like before. That's what the front looked like afterward. My wife's good with plants, and she's really good with color. And here's the inside. And it turns out it's a really nice place to work. People come by and say, what is a furniture shop? No, it's a machine shop. And I would encourage any of you, if you're down in town, stop by. If the front door is locked, try the side. We're usually there. We're usually there from about 7:38 in the morning till about 10 at night. But I never asked anybody for money. That's the Indiana Turners Group. We invited 3 other Turners groups. But it turns out I never asked anyone for money. And we got about 30 principal people that were $2,500 or more, and they put us into that building debt-free. We're in there at under $130 a square foot for brand new, essentially brand new commercial space. And it's about people. There's one of our interns. He spent 3 months in the summer with us. He's from the North Bennett Street School studying cabinet work. And Spencer spent a month with us this summer. He's a luthier from Northern Illinois. I think that's the end of the slideshow, but I got a couple thoughts on things to do and not to do if you really want to improve your community. One, don't write bad law. And number two, don't implement bad law. Bad law is terrible. It affects a lot of people. The lack of good law affects everybody. Write good law. When you write a saldo that's the same for a 200 square foot ice cream shack as it is for a 16-acre building, it causes people real problems. And if you have to get an engineering study and you got to get a survey before you can put up a 200 square foot ice cream shack, I'm going to tell you it ain't going to happen. We had 80 square feet of non-permeable surface. And if it hadn't been for Josh Krug shepherding me through the process, I'd still be scratching my head. Writing good law is very important. Another thing I think is stop calling it revitalization. I moved to Salzburg because of the vitality. I didn't move there to save anybody. I didn't move in there to improve anybody's lives. I moved there because it was a good place for me to move there. And it's a great place for me to bring craftsmen in. And I got a dream of turning it into a craft community. I don't know if I'll ever realize it, but I'll die trying if I don't. But you gotta have vision. You gotta have objective and measurable goals, and you gotta have a plan. And in this community, since I've been here, every day I think more and more it was the right place to move to. I'm from Northeast Pennsylvania, and they're making bad decisions. It's a really good place. And since then, I've seen the economic development stuff coming in from Homer City. That's really impressive. But the group that's coming into Tunnelton, that's you, right? That's a story we need to hear. How much are you putting into that project there? $170 million coming into Tunnelton to do what?
Turn waste coal into jet fuel and extract rare earth elements.
Turn waste coal into jet fuel and extract rare earth elements. Getting rid of refuse that he's desperate to get rid of and turning it into jet fuel. That's our community. Are you revitalizing anything? Are you really revitalizing anything? Or are you just there to make money for your company?
Cleaning up the legacy.
Cleaning up a legacy and creating a new one. I'm glad you're close by. I don't know what we can do together, but I like you. Anyway, we're in downtown Salzburg. I tell everybody, I will not give you the address. If you can't find it, you'll probably hurt yourself in there. I don't want you in there. But anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to tell the story.
There's really exciting stuff happening here. So next up, we have 3 individuals speaking about Indiana Borough's 8th Street redevelopment project. First, we'll hear from Trajan Jones, who's a planning and zoning official with Indiana Borough, and he's currently pursuing his master's degree at IUP in planning and geography, geology, and environment and planning. Not sure if I said that all right. That's a mouthful. Okay. And we'll have Seth Koch, who is the lead student planner at Stewart Group Consulting. And he's currently a senior at IUP pursuing his bachelor's in applied anthropology and a minor in sustainability studies. Seth has a particular interest in Appalachian studies and the unique resources and challenges of the region. He has some really interesting research under his belt from what I understand. And then we'll hear from Shanna Scordo. Shanna is co-owner and president of Earthcraft Landscaping, and her firm employs more than 40 people here locally. But on a personal level, Shanna's also very active and a contributing member of the community. She serves on the board of directors for the Indiana County Chamber of Commerce and as the second vice president for Downtown Indiana Incorporated. So we'll go ahead and welcome these three individuals to tell us what's happening in Indiana.
So I'm Shanna Scordo. I had the pleasure of getting to work on the planning process of the 8th Street Initiative, which is, you might also know as the 8th Street Corridor. And if, how do I get here? There we go. Nope. Something's wrong, isn't it?
That was.
That one. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted you to see first. So just to explain what the 8th Street Corridor is, if you look at this picture, if you can recognize that the rectangle there at the top is the downtown historic region or business community. And then down at the bottom corner, that's the IUP campus boundaries. And so that red rectangle then represents the area that we're calling the 8th Street Corridor. And this is a connector. It's the closest / most intuitive connection between the campus and the downtown. And the idea is to be able to transform this into a vibrant, welcoming, linear space that just seamlessly connects the campus life with the energy of downtown. So just bringing kind of two different energies together. And the reason that this ties in with what we're talking about, with what everybody else has discussed, is that the trailhead for the Hoodlebug Trail actually comes into that space as well. And so it's really critical that we start connecting our in-town spaces with our trails. And this is one way that we can do that. So this focus is not a completely new idea. The idea of the 8th Street Corridor has been around for a long time. It's shown up on a number of different strategic plans from a number of different organizations. And even when we did the streetscape renovation downtown 10, 12 years ago, this was on that list as a priority as well. It was in that design, in that plan, but they just ran out of money. And so it's just never been a top priority. But this year we're able to make it more of a priority because of some funding that we got from the Pennsylvania Realtors Association. And so our local chapter is the Indiana, Westmoreland, and Mon Valley chapter. And Sherry Kunkel is very active in that. And she was really instrumental in bringing some ideas to us on some funding that we could get from them specifically for planning and for placemaking. So we talked about different, so this was in downtown Indiana, in the organization, Downtown Indiana Incorporated. So she came to Joe Kinter, they started talking about what some different opportunities would be to be able to spend that grant money in a way that would prioritize the planning of an area that would feel like we're doing some placemaking. So creating some space that we want to be in. And so ultimately, the 8th Street Corridor made a lot of sense to be able to focus on. And we were awarded a grant we applied for, and we're awarded a grant for $7,000 from that organization. And we intended to just engage Michael Baker International ourselves to be able to start planning that space. But coincidentally, the borough's strategic plan had rolled out around that same time. And if you haven't had a chance to take a look at the borough's strategic plan, it's called Indiana 2030. And it is fantastic. Now it's a little long. It's like 100 some pages, so maybe you won't read the whole thing, but it's pretty intuitive as you just kind of scroll through it. And it highlights some just really great projects that they want to focus on. And one of the projects that they call one of their catalytic projects is the 8th Street Corridor. And so there just was a lot of synergy there where we realized that if we could work together on this and be able to put some of our funding together, then we could be a lot more impactful in how we could spend our dollars together. So we got the $7,000 grant through Downtown Indiana, and then the borough was able to contribute $20,000 of community development block grant money, which is, it goes toward the same sort of thing. We're trying to do placemaking and planning for different things in the borough. So with that $27,000, we were able to work together to engage Michael Baker to start doing some really great planning, which these guys are going to tell you more about. It was such an exciting experience to be part of. It was very tactical, it moved very swiftly. For those of us, I'm sure a lot in this room have worked on projects where you're trying to get several organizations to work together and how hard and exhausting that can be. This effort was so seamless and went so well. And that it was really refreshing to see that two groups could work together when you have the same vision and the same view and the same priorities, and those priorities have been kind of given the green light by the powers that be. In this case, the Borough Council had already spent time on the strategic plan, figuring out that this was a priority. And so it was just kind of like, okay, let's go, let's do this. We had a very short timeline and we pushed through it as a group. And the people at the borough, our team at the borough right now, they're such just strong individuals, workhorses, lots of sweat equity went into it. They just pushed and never stopped working, didn't take their eyes off the prize. And so it's really exciting to see that we, out of this, are going to have a great plan to be able to implement in this corridor. And so I will go ahead and let Trajan talk to you about that.
So for this project, the driving question really was, how do we create a space that people are going to want to spend some time in? If you're familiar with this corridor right now, aside from the Hoodlebug Trailhead, there's really not a lot of really anything there. There's parking lots, and that's pretty much it. There's no local businesses in that corridor specifically. So like I said, that was the driving question. How can we create an area that people want to spend some more time in? Seth will go over some of the ideas that we received through the charrette process that we've got back from the community. But when we're looking at it, we saw this in kind of two spheres. So highlighted in the red is the public spaces. So that's what we had control over. We're looking at the streets, we're looking at the sidewalks. You can see, I'm not sure if my mouse will go, but the one on the right, that square, that's the Indiana Borough parking lot. And then the square in the bottom, that's where Pratt Hall just came down on IUP's campus. So like I said, that's where we wanted to focus our efforts in terms of the charrette, is we want to look at the space we control and what can we do there to then encourage, in blue, the private space. So the top left, that's S&T Bank. Below that is Traverse Commons. And then to the right, we have some individual student housing rentals. And then up in the top right, that is the Rose Building. So like I said, through the charrette process, we were able to engage with local business owners, residents, students, and Seth will talk about that a little bit more. But through that process, we were able to get a sort of preliminary design, like I said, to answer that question of what will go here and how can we encourage people to spend some more time.
All right. Thank you, Trey. My name is Seth Koch. I'm a senior at IUP. And first, I want to thank you guys for listening to us. It feels good for myself to speak alongside professionals in the field when I'm just a student. But first, I'm going to start talk about our kind of project team. So we had a project team for this initiative where we wanted to make a project team that was representative of the community and the different entities in Indiana Borough. So on our team, there is Stewart Group Consulting, Downtown Indiana, the Indiana County Office of Planning and Development, Michael Baker, IUP, some clubs from IUP students that attend the university. And together as a project team, we kind of came together and we knew that we wanted this project to really focus on the community. And we wanted our results and our data and our vision of the 8th Street corridor or the 8th Street initiative to represent what the community wants. So going into that, we, over a span of a few months, did a dozen outreach opportunities. Our outreach was usually in downtown Indiana, during events like the Taste and Tour, Italian Fest, Downtown Indiana's Third Thursdays, the Farmers Market. We were on IUP campus a few times at IUP Club Day, just kind of tabling and getting the community to know about this project. So the point of the tabling was to, we wanted community members, IUP students, members of the town to know about the project, hear it. We wanted to engage their minds and have them think about it. So what we did is we had some interactive posters where we would ask for community feedback to kind of just engage them. We would also have flyers to spread awareness, to tell them about, our charrette that's coming up. And so we had a really great time doing engagement with the community. Like I said, we had around a dozen engagement events, and it was a lot of fun. And it was great to hear back from the community because that's, as a project team, what we really wanted is we wanted community feedback. The most successful, and I think the thing we're most excited about was the engagement at the 8th Street Charrette. So what this was a multi-day charrette, or basically like a charrette is a few day project that has interactive workshops where we invite, you know, targeted stakeholders, the community in to give us feedback on the project and on the street. In late September, we had a charrette at the Artisan Cafe. We had around a few hundred community members come in and kind of give us their ideas on what makes a great street, what they would like to see in a street, and that kind of sort. So moving on to the results of what we heard at the stakeholder session at the charrette, and pretty much just all the engagement we've done. It's been pretty overwhelming. First off, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go over it briefly, but please ask us more in detail afterwards, some of the more detailed vision and ideas of this project. But one thing that was really, I think, that stood out a lot was people, IUP students, community members want 8th Street to be a people-centric street. What I mean by that is we want 8th Street to be a street for people and not for cars. We want to obviously share the space, but we want to have the street be safe to the public 24/7 all the time. So this means improved lighting. This means wider sidewalks for larger groups of people or the ADA community. This means safer intersections and crosswalks. I think that's all on our heart right now after the events that happened this past weekend. So we really just want our streets to be people-centric. Another theme that came up during you know, us listening to the community was this emerging theme of place versus space. And so what that basically means is we want, and Trey kind of talked about this a little bit, we want IUP to be a place. We want there to be identity and character of IUP and downtown Indiana. And so right now, if you go on 8th Street, you might call it a space. There's nothing really there. You know, there's no primary uses, there's a few parking lots, and you kind of just walk through. So I think our goal of this project is to improve the street just through the safety. Like I said, the better intersections, more lighting, but we also want to make this a street that is a place and not a space. So we want, you know, 8th Street to have characteristic and aesthetic. One way we could do that we mentioned at the charrette is we can kind of extend the streetscape from Philadelphia Street onto 8th Street. So that means maybe, you know, putting benches down on 8th Street, extending the kind of classic Philadelphia lamps, the street lamps that we have, putting them on 8th Street, doing kind of street art that represents both downtown Indiana and IUP. Lastly, one thing that we talked about was parking. It's been really interesting to talk about parking these past few months because, you know, it's a buzzword. People love it and people hate it. One thing we want to do with this project, and the community members also kind of suggested, is we want to keep the parking that's being used, but also make sure that we're using the space to the maximum usage. So we have exciting ideas like having temporary parking, having food trucks that might be open at certain hours, and then being parking spaces for other times of the day. So those are just a few ideas. And yeah, if you guys have questions, just please come to us. Like I said, we don't have a lot of time. There's so much that came out of this project. We're all passionate about it. So please talk to us and we'll tell you more about it.
Unfortunately, I fear we are at the point in the agenda here where we've run a little over time. We do not have time for questions, which is really unfortunate because there's a really, really great wealth of information here. But I'm sure any of the people at the table here would agree. You can certainly approach anyone and ask those questions at a time when you have time to network here during a break. So thank you all. And let's have one more round of applause for our panelists.
For our next panel, Stronger Through Community-Based Food Systems, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Justin Kurtz, a collective impact community specialist with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Please welcome Justin. Thank you.
All right, thank you for sticking with us. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Come on, how's this energy? Yeah, come on, let me hear it. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm a collective impact community specialist with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, which means that I work to facilitate conversations with local agencies
to identify root causes of hunger and solutions to those root causes. And today I get the honor of being the moderator of this panel, which is great because this group of folks is going to need some moderating. Okay, we didn't come for a sustainability summit; we came for a sustainability soiree. Okay, so first up, I would like to introduce Dr. Eric Lauber, the Executive Director of the Technology and Entrepreneurship Center. Dr. Eric Lauber. Thank you.
Can I take that down? So folks, we're about 35 minutes behind, so unfortunately, I'm gonna go fast. I'm gonna try to speed up. So I'm a replacement for Alexis Shank, who works for the Indiana County Conservation District and is spearheading this project. Also owns Fat Radish Farms. But I'm really gonna describe some stuff that's in the process and is future looking, and I know my friends up here are gonna talk about things they're already doing. The Farm to Future project has been initiated by actually a wide group of people, including Alexis. And it's basically an idea to pull together a lot of farms, make their produce and products available in a much simpler, more direct fashion to the community, and therefore return more profits back to the farms and make them more sustainable, as well as provide healthier, local produced food for our community. So that's a quick nutshell. There's some components to it that I'll describe very briefly. And at the end, my name and email address is on there, and I'll send you the slides. There's lots of words on the slides. I'm happy to send them to anybody. It starts with a farm stop. A farm stop is kind of like a permanent farmer's market that's open regular business hours throughout the entire week. We think we're going to eventually create multiple versions of this farm stop. We're coordinating it by having multiple farms from across several counties contribute their produce, trading produce across county lines, for example, to make sure everything is well stocked in all these communities. We actually have a volunteer place, Ace Hardware. Uptown has already agreed to clear out some of the front of their store and put in a farm stop that they would be staffed, I think, 7 days a week. And we're coordinating carefully with all the other entities in town, including all of the free food delivery systems, the farmers market, and everyone that we can find that wants to talk to us about food. So Alexis put together some fantastic slides. This just demonstrates the concept of a distributed, intercoordinated transportation system in which we get the food across county boundaries. We're also working on a student farm. We think this would be a great idea for our town. We're coordinating with IUP, with the high school, the actual junior high in Indiana has a garden, which is fantastic. And so this would include a lot of educational components, get people to think a little bit more seriously about working on farms and working with farms. Also get people to think of it as a community hub. We could do some trainings there. We could show people how to use their food properly, connect it with all the K-12 programs. We also want to engage some health focused programs. This obviously involves IRMC, but lots of other entities in town as well. So this would allow us to increase food security, promote food as a medicine. And we think we're going to include in that a teaching kitchen, maybe more than one, across the county, where we teach people how to cook with these healthier foods and make them all very, very accessible to everyone. Stronger health, wellness, foster equitable access to these services, because as we know, we have some challenges in those departments, and obviously try to reduce public health disparities. There's some demonstrated successful models of this that we're following. Some communities like Worcester, Ohio have something like this going on very strong. Watersville, West Virginia has a nice model that we're monitoring. Butler actually has kind of a health food initiative where they have doctors prescribe people to go learn about healthy foods and to get healthy foods dropped off and giving them a teaching experience. So we're modeling that as well. And where we are at the moment, we're in the midst of the feasibility study, the planning phase. So I've been conducting interviews. Alexis has been doing interviews with lots of different stakeholders across the county. We hope by next fall to launch a farm to table dinner downtown in Indiana, which we think will attract hopefully students and community members and get people involved in this project. As I mentioned, we hope to get the grant pretty soon to launch the first farm stop here in downtown Indiana. And we hope that this becomes a more community-wide initiative than we involve anybody who's interested at all in healthier foods and supporting our local farms. And I want to just plug that for just a second. We know that being a farmer is tough. It's tougher when you can't make profit off the materials that you produce. So we want to make it profitable for our farmers and make them sustainable. And that's kind of where I come in as the entrepreneurship coach. So we've engaged our stakeholders. We got lots of different people we're talking to. These are just some of the preliminary findings that we've come up with so far. There's lots of different issues we need to address: accessibility, affordability, collaboration, not duplication with the things that are out there now. Might have to hire some positions like a farm manager that coordinates all these processes. Some people deliver the foods from here to there. And a lot of communication and marketing is going to be a piece of this as well. So thank you for your time. These are all the partnerships that we've included so far. I want you to know that we've done a lot more work than I'm sharing with you, and I apologize to Alexis for the great slides that I'm rushing through too quick. But this just gives you a small sense of the kind of complexity of what I think we're trying to tackle. Foods is a very, very, very big process. A lot of people involved in it. It's very complex. But with all of your participation and help, I'm sure we can solve some of this. There's a QR code if you have an opportunity to fill out our consumer survey. That would be great. And give us some feedback. And there's my name and email address if you want a chance to talk more about this or get a copy of the slides. Thank you.
All right, next up, we will have Darlene Livingston, who is the Executive Director of PA FarmLink and co-owner of Mahoning Creek Farm. Give it up for Darlene.
Gonna try to keep the pace up here too, as well. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to go through 3 different things, and so if you have any questions, you can see me afterwards. First of all, I am Executive Director of PA FarmLink. I've worked there for 16 years. It is a 501c nonprofit. We work in 4 areas: farm succession, education, and facilitation. We have a land linking database, do consultations and resource hub. You can see we have a wide representation of people on our board. Our farm succession resources, if you're interested in any of those, I have some with me. We do also focus now on long-term care and the farm because it is a great risk to the farm. Our database, we have had 5 successful matches and 1 typo on our slide this year. And we are currently in a stage where there is, it's free database entry time. So if somebody's interested in being a landowner in a database or an entering farmer, you're welcome to apply for free now. And those are that's some of the other data there. Another thing I'm actually quite proud of is we do have an online academy. It's a learning opportunity for farmers. We have 18 different learning modules. And once they complete them, they do have certificates at the end, wide range of topics. Our resource hub has a wide range of information in it as well, wide range of topics. We're all about 24/7 for farmers because, as you well know, probably there weren't many here today because this is a Friday, it's during the day, they're all very busy, and it's also harvest season. So we're trying to meet them where they're at so they can do it at any time, work on these things. How does PA FarmLink go about what we do? We identify farmer needs and then we try to create solutions. The Medicaid and the 5-year look back, that is the largest risk to the farm these days, especially when the senior generation is normally still on the deed. There is not a tax risk. We have 3 nice laws in Pennsylvania to take care of our taxes when someone passes away, and they're probably not going to go above the federal level tax requirement, but we do have long-term care to think about. And we actually are creating an online calculator this year that will really help farmers look at their assets and what might be involved in that and what might be, needed to pay for their care or what might be at risk. Meat marketing. Something I'd like to share there is the fact that I know it's part of the program that they're looking to do too, is what comes first. Marketing is, is it the marketing or is the price in our situation? And in my mind, a lot of that, they are parallel, but we have to make sure the farmers are getting and pricing their items correctly in order to make a profit. Our farmers have to be profitable. I love the scenario on the table that we had in ag, and it said it's a source of pride. I'd like to see this year say it's a source of profit too, because as a farmer, we can't stay in business and be sustainable unless we are making a profit. So that's where some of my thought process came from as far as other things we do at FarmLink, and just want to share that with you. And then I'll move in. I'm also, as he mentioned, part farm owner of Mahoning Creek Farm, and we consider ourselves stewards of the land. We are a preserved century farm in Indiana County
this is our vision statement there that we came up with as a family. And anyhow, you can read that. That was a process that our family went through. And I'd like to say I have worked with 3 generations on my farm. I've worked and lived with them. So I like to tell people I do know farmers relatively well. The 2nd generations, my grandfather there, 3rd generations, my parents, Clyde and Lois. And we love hearing, our kids love hearing the Clyde and Lois stories that we hear in the community because they did make a big impact. 4th and 5th generations, ourselves and our children. And then we actually have a 6th generation now too. So we are looking, and I did want to include my son-in-law too, because, you know, he's part of the picture now. But anyhow, that's what our farm has been about. That's where our foundation is. We are a part of the Little Mahoning Creek Watershed. And I would say we are in need of a riparian buffer there. Then that's what I asked one of the questions. But I'm giving you a little background on our farm, and I guess I want to say a small picture, snapshot of what maybe a family farm looks like in Indiana County and our experiences. Succession of our family farm, we did it wrong, but we did it, is one of my biggest things I love to say. My father was 80 years old when he asked us if we wanted to take over the farm. I work in this field. I worked in it for a long time. I knew that we were too old to take it over. We should have been working on our transfer. So we asked what his goals were, my 2 siblings and I, and he wanted the farm to stay in the family and that you girls will always talk to each other. He called my sisters and I, it was, you know, great feeling for us at our age. And we wanted to meet his goals. My husband has a saying, he says, the greatest gift your dad ever gave you 3 was the ability to work together to accomplish things. He had a big personality. We learned to work together. And I won't go into it, but I can also tell you it began at a young age while sorting hogs. Because if you've ever done that with your siblings and your parents, you learn a lot and you learn how to work together. A little bit about what we do now. We came back to the farm. We asked our kids if they were interested in it because we were too old. They were 13 and no, they weren't. I think it was like 13 and 15 or something like that. Anyhow, everybody thought we were nuts because we asked our kids, but we had to because that was the next generation. If they weren't interested, we would be irresponsible to come back to the farm. So that was part of our choice. They said they were. So we became what I call the bridge generation. And that is, you know, when we came back. So we decided to take things a little bit different direction. My family always had livestock. And we decided to take it into the meats and part of the livestock industry. My husband was very active with Angus cattle. And anyhow, long story short, Angus cattle, Duroc pork, and pastured lamb became part of our program. Well, I guess they were all historic to the farm, essentially. And we now market our meats through Mahoning Creek Farm. We have an online store. We do have also go to the Indiana County Farmers Market. And I would say that one thing my dad's biggest fear was that we were going to lose the farm. Okay. So I'm just telling you what farmers are out there thinking. It is a stressful industry. It's an industry that's hard to make a profit in. And I can say that there's honestly 2 times previous to my generation that was a concern. That was a real concern. I will tell you, my grandfather told me the story of someone bringing him a box of cash during the Depression so that he could keep the farm. So anyhow, so we knew that, but I'm saying that to say we have to understand what the senior generation's concerns are, but yet they have to be willing to work with us and give up control and management so the next generation can move into what they need to do. Other thing that we have is important to us. We use probiotics and chelated minerals instead of antibiotics in what we do. We try to do everything as, you know, as clean as we can. We like to say my husband's motto is never a bad day, and that's for the animals and us. And our goal is to have the highest quality items
raise the highest quality animals, have the highest quality meat products that we can, and do it in the least stressful way for all of us. And I will say that, we have to remember at all times, and we're really focusing on this now, is the profitability. It is amazing. It is complex to figure out some of this. And in a meat farm, in a meat direct marketing meats, 50% of our price will go to the processor. So it is different. We're looking at a lot of programs here. I think we have to remember that too in the food system, in the food side of the things, because we have a lot more overhead, and that's just the processing. That's not, our other costs, but anyhow, so there's a lot of variances, but we have to keep that in mind when we're working with farmers, and as farmers, it requires diligence, and we don't want to lose that. One thing I will share is that we have to respect those who've gone before us, but we don't allow ghost scripts to manage the farm. Yesterday's methods are not always great for tomorrow. If we do that, it can be a safety hazard and many other things, and we have to be confident enough to make the decisions we need to make for the future. There was a point in time I had to listen to my child and not listen to my father when it came to a decision on the farm. And I knew my dad wasn't going to like it. But I also knew if he was in his right mind, because he had dementia, that he would want to encourage the next generation. So that's what we did. Anyhow, these are just things that our family says. You should embrace the next generation or ideas, learn to work together, encourage each other, laugh a lot, forgive more, find what works. Like whiteboard for scheduling, we want time off, so our kids embrace that. Our daughter says if you think you're over communicating, it's actually probably just about right. So those are just a little snippet about our farm and what we do there. And yeah, and now the farmers market, I will just share a little bit about that and the food programs we have there. And one thing I want to focus on is the fact that we do utilize the SNAP program. We offer matching there. There's, several options there. This year so far we've had 345 transactions for 113 households. And the whole total impact will be about $16,000 for the market, but also providing food items for the community. We also had the Veterans Program, which had over 100 recipients there. And overall, there's 38% in Pennsylvania people shop at a farmer's market weekly. So thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much, Darlene. I'll tell you, if you don't think you like lamb, it's just because you haven't tried the Mahoning Creek farmland, and I genuinely mean that. Next up, we have Misty Hunt, who is the chairperson of Homer City Community Garden and Learning Center. Come on up, Misty. Give it up for Misty.
Okay, so I'm usually in a garden in overalls and not standing in front of people giving formal speeches, so I apologize. I'm gonna do my best here. All right, wonderful. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Homer City Community Garden and Learning Center. Like they said, my name is Misty Hunt, and I am the chairperson of the Garden Committee, and we are a program under Homer Center Parks and Recreation. Our garden. Ooh, hitting the wrong button. The sideways button. Got it. All right. Here's our mission statement. And rather than me read it to you in the name of making this quick, I'm just going to say some words while you can read it. Our garden is focused on organic practices and sustainable systems to grow nutritious, safe produce. Today, I will discuss our mission and the steps on our approach in building a successful community garden. Our committee is happy to be available to guide and encourage others to create a space of their own in their community. I hope you enjoy the quick version of how we got started. And there aren't any more words to read. This is just pictures so that you can kind of follow along as I tell you our story, okay? At the Homer City Community Garden, We were established in the summer of 2022 at approximate cost of, oh, it didn't advance. There we go. Okay, the Homer City Community Garden was established in the summer of 2022 at an approximate cost of $2,500. Many of the materials we used were recycled or donated, including cardboard and mulch from the local recycling center. That first summer, we transformed an empty grass field into an approximately 1,800 square foot food producing garden, focusing on growing as many fresh crops as possible in our 4 raised beds. The garden was open to everyone. Anyone could participate in harvesting and sharing in the bounty. Our outreach was simple, mostly word of mouth, Facebook, and local posters, but it worked. We connected with new people and helped feed families right here in our town. I can, if my fingers work. In 2023, we held our first public meeting. We welcomed new committee members and we expanded our vision to include a learning center, a space to educate and inspire. We celebrated this milestone with a ribbon cutting ceremony on April 22nd. That summer, we used pop-up canopies to host free educational workshops focused on food preservation and sustainability. Topics included garden maintenance, foraging, herbal teas, fermentation, cooking, seed saving, and canning. Yes, we did all of that in 1 year. We partnered with the Homer City Public Library for a garden-themed program. We joined Community Yard Sale Day with kids' crafts and created a rock snake project. And we hosted 3rd graders from the Homer Center School District to build a bug hotel and learn about edible plants. Our partnership with the Cub Scouts resulted in a new herb garden, and by year's end, we had added a recycled material shed, a rain barrel, and a fence, keeping our garden both secure and sustainable. The Homer City Fire Department even helped fill our water buffalo during the dry spells. We also launched our Instagram and website, connecting with even more residents. Our Take What You Need produce system received an outpouring of positive feedback and reinforced our commitment to making fresh food accessible to all. Recognizing the need for a sheltered space for classes, we dreamed up the idea of a pavilion. I lost my place. There we go. And from that dream, our first Harvest Festival was born. Despite cold weather and rain, the event was a huge success, bringing together creative vendors, live music, and community spirit while raising funds for the pavilion. To close the season, we held our first Scarecrows in the Square contest, where local businesses decorated Main Street with creativity and fall spirit. 2023 was truly a year of growth, creativity, and connection. We started 2024 with a winter jug sewing workshop and proudly launched our seed library, a free resource encouraging seed sharing and sustainable gardening, available at the HC Public Library. In early spring, we partnered with the Homer City Alliance Church for an Easter egg hunt, and with help from our Brownie and Daisy troops, we added mushroom patches donated by Free the Fungi to our perennial beds. Continuing our tradition of celebrating Earth Day, we hosted a lively event on April 20th featuring local vendors, nonprofits, and educational demonstrations. Our 2024 workshop series offered both new and returning favorites, natural tie-dye, skincare, cooking, and foraging, all designed to build community and teach practical, sustainable skills. In May, we hosted our Fairy Tea Party for Mother's Day, which served as both a fundraiser and a magical experience for families. In the same year, our Cub Scouts returned to design and build a custom strawberry patch, another lasting addition to the garden. We wrapped up the year with our second Harvest Festival at In-Town Park. This time the weather was beautiful and the turnout was incredible. The festival featured local artisans, small businesses, and basket raffles to raise funds for future projects. We also partnered with our local distillery, expanding the festival throughout town with tours via hay rides, compliments of Aiken's Family Farm, and showcasing the best of Homer City's community spirit. After the festival, we turned our focus to winter programming, hosting a sourdough workshop led by my co-chair, Alexa Rossi, and my own simmer pots and homemade vanilla class for the holidays. We're on 2025. We began 2025 with a firesider class a winter seed exchange, and another jug sewing workshop. It went over so well, we had to do it again. Our Earth Day celebration that spring was our best yet, thanks to the incredible community participation and support. We were so honored to receive a grant for the Indiana County Endowment, which allowed us to purchase a much-needed storage shed, a huge improvement for our organization and efficiency. Our friends at NatureWorks once again donated the majority of our plants, a generous partnership we deeply value. Throughout the year, we added practical life skills workshops like fabric arts, soap making, herbal mocktails, and wilderness skills, all designed to empower people with creativity, knowledge, and confidence in uncertain times. This year, we also refined our garden operations. We introduced set public hours and established a team of garden stewards who manage maintenance and care. While all of our produce remains 100% free, it is now offered at our harvest stand just outside the lock gate, making it easily accessible while protecting the garden and the generous investments of our donors. At the heart of everything we do is one belief. Every person has a right to access nourishing food. Every person. Food that supports both body and spirit. Our mission has always been to feed the hungry, but we found that our work does something great, even greater. It builds community. Through shared effort, learning, and compassion, we've created a space where people can come together, grow together, and thrive together. You can truly build a community around a garden, and we see that truth come to life every single day. On behalf of the entire Homer City Garden Committee, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to our sponsors, our donors, our volunteers, and our community members. Your generosity and faith in our mission make all of this possible. I look forward to improving our efforts and making connections with others who have more experience in the local food systems and sustainability practices. If you have any information that could help us serve our community in a better capacity, please touch base with me today or email us. Thank you for allowing me to share our story and my passion with you today. May you continue to find growth, joy, and inspiration in the beauty of community, and may you all have a blessed day.
Hey, awesome. How's everybody doing? We still doing good? Still sustainability soiree? Yeah, raise the roof? No, I'm just kidding. Someone's got to turn the gain down on this mic. All right. So next up, we've got Marie Olson, who is the coordinator of Indiana Community Garden and the Chevy Chase Food Forest. And alongside Marie, we'll have Megan King, of the Harvest coordinator and nutrition educator at the Indiana Community Garden. So give it up for Marie and Megan.
Good afternoon. Yes, I am the coordinator of the Indiana Community Garden. We started it 13 years ago. So we're very proud that it's been able to oh, okay. Better. We are a nonprofit grassroots organization run exclusively by volunteers. We are over the years created a beautiful space of a community that's not only for gardening, but it's also for people to gather and come. And we see many people coming through our garden all the time to have picnic, to read. And I think it's a space that the community enjoy. We are a hybrid form of community garden in which we have a private plot that people can rent for a yearly fee of $30. And then we have community plots. Over the 13 years, we expand tremendously the area for community plots. So community plots, as it says, are for the communities. Most of the produce that we grow on this plot are donated to the food bank. But they are also harvested by our volunteers and people who come through the garden. So we never sure exactly how much produce we are producing because people come and harvest. So we have annual crops. We have our usual crops that you would see in a garden, such as annual like lettuce and fruits, vegetable, and all kind of greens. But we also have perennial lots of perennial, and over the years, more and more perennial. So perennial, that means we don't have to plant them again, and they grow by themselves and then multiply, and we can share them very easily. In this perennial, we have herbs, we have asparagus, we have rhubarb, we have new form of vegetable that's called sea kale that you plant only one time and then it keeps coming back for 10 or 12 years. And we also have lots of berry bushes and fruit trees, and I will get into that a little bit more. But in the Indiana Community Garden, like in the Chevy Chase Food Forest, our goal is to produce space where we can grow a lot of food that require little maintenance. So these kind of foods are trees and berry bushes and perennial plant. We have started for the last 5 years, planted lots of native trees. We have introduced pawpaws and persimmon and mulberries in these gardens. And we have also hazelnuts, plum trees, pear trees, apple trees, elderberries, blackberry, raspberries, all the berries that you could imagine. The idea of a food forest is to not to be so labor intensive, so to produce food that is very abundant that people can come and harvest. So we've been concentrating on this a little bit more because we want people to come and harvest. So Chevy Chase is also a grassroots organization that was started 5 years ago. It's on a hill, so it's a little bit challenging. We had built terraces, and on these terraces, we have fruit trees and berry bushes. So one of our goals, beside producing food and providing education on nutrition and gardening, is to also fight food insecurity, which is very prevalent in our era. So in order to do that, we are very careful about the things that we are cultivating. So we choose crops that are easy to grow, easy to maintain. Our annual crop, for example, consisted of a lot of different types of lettuce and Swiss chard and kale and spinach that starts very early in the season. We do our first harvest beginning of May and go very late in the season until the end of November. We grow root vegetable and also a few tomatoes and peppers, but we concentrate on the things that are easy to grow because we do not have that many volunteers for the daily maintenance. We have education program fostered dedicated to nutrition and gardening. This year, we conducted education program with Friends of the Park, with Master Gardeners, and over the years with Indiana County Conservation District. We had a workshop with Friends of the Park on cider making. And this year, the harvest of apple was incredible. And we were able to produce cider in the garden and show people how to do this. We had also a workshop on how to harvest elderberries and how to preserve them. We could see that the impact of a food forest is gaining strength because this year we hardly have any apple left in our apple trees. So it means that people have been coming to the garden and harvesting. The same with the elderberries. The same with our annual crop because we noticed that a lot of things have been picked up from the garden more than usual. So it's a good sign. People are coming to the garden to get food. We've been doing harvest table. So we've been doing them for most of the existence of a community garden. We started with a Zion food bank. And we were doing this harvest table twice a month. And then we continue with a Chevy Chase. So the principle of harvest table is very simple. We display the produce that we harvest, and we tell people about this produce, because sometimes they don't know what to do. What is Swiss chard? What is kale? What are we gonna do with this? So we have this table to tell people what to do with them, and we offered some recipe and sample dishes. We did that occasionally on the past because this is a job that requires a lot of time. And this year, you're gonna see later with Megan, we were able to do it on a weekly basis, and she will tell you exactly everything that she did with this harvest table, which was phenomenal. In order to maintain this garden, we need a lot of volunteers, and we had hundreds of volunteers opportunities throughout the season, although it's mostly during the spring and the fall when the IUP students are here. So the volunteer comes, mostly from IUP, but also from the high school, from different organizations in town, from community members. Yep. What we achieved in 25, we were able to have 2 part-time granted funded positions from the Greater Community Pittsburgh Food Bank. This position were essential for making our garden and our mission thrive this year. So we had a garden maintenance manager, and we had a nutrition educator and harvest coordinator. We had hundreds of volunteer hours that help us maintain the garden. We have a lot of labor intensive work that includes amending, taking care of our soil, building our compost, taking care of our annual crop and berries and fruit trees. And this year we did a monthly picnic to foster a sense of a community. So now I'm gonna pass it on to Megan, who's gonna be talking about
All right, I'm Megan. Sorry, Marie, I'm taking over. I'm Megan. I'm the harvest coordinator and nutrition educator. I'm gonna blast through this real quick. So harvest coordinator involves taking the food from the garden and bringing it to Chevy Chase Community Center, using the food from the Chevy Chase Food Forest to give away for free farmers market table. The garden did not do extremely well just because of weather this year. So I reached out to local farmers and created a relationship with them. We were able to get a bunch of farms involved. I had over 4,000 pounds of produce that I was able to give away for free. On average, we had 40 to 80 people served each week. That didn't include the food that was left over that I gave to the kitchen that then used to make meals at the Chevy Chase Community Center. And we left it in their free market if there was anything left over. I created weekly recipes and nutrition information. The nutrition educator position, I had 8 different nutrition events that were throughout town. At 6 different locations, I reached 300 people collectively at these events, and it included games, activities, food sampling, recipes, and then quizzes to kind of gauge if they learned anything from me. Here I have a recipe book from one of my little events. If you want to scan that real quick, you can download it and kind of get an idea of what I offered people. These are just the different classes. So herbs and spices was a topic that was at the library and Commonplace Coffee Shop. Eat the Rainbow happened at the farmer's market, the library, and Nature Palooza. That's a separate recipe QR code there. I handmade a lot of games that they played, a lot of matching things, and it was a lot of fun. The sustainability one was at the Community Garden and Nature Works Farm. We talked about growing your own food, and then the other one was reducing, reusing, and recycling. So we talked a lot about composting and things like that. And then the last one was at Apple Fest, which
was a booth I set up, and it was an interactive booth. We made crafts. We talked about apples, where they came from, the history of it, how they benefit you. I quizzed people on apples. We tasted apples. It was great. And then this is the end. Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, I have the pleasure of introducing a friend of mine. I don't know if you have any friends that you're willing to, when you're both driving, to stop traffic and get out of the car and go talk to them. But Vicky is that kind of friend for me, because I will get out of the car and go talk to her. This has happened before. Vicky Burgess, with Aging Services, everybody.
All right, I'm from Aging Services. We are the area agency on aging for Indiana County. Our vision is promoting and preserving independence and healthy living for older adults today, tomorrow, and always. Today, when I've listened to everything was so interesting, but we really didn't talk about older adults, and that's where I come in. So, in order to embrace our vision statement, we are implementing Aging Our Way PA. It's a plan for lifelong independence. It's a 10-year, oops, I guess I gotta switch my thingy bopper. Which one is it? Is that? Ah, no, it went all the way back.
The arrow.
The arrow button.
Bam.
Oh, yeah, I guess that is right. Sorry. So it's a 10-year roadmap to meet the needs of the Commonwealth's older adults and improve services for this rapidly growing population. As you all know, there's a lot of funding issues, and we have to get really creative in what we do and how we get the word out. And we rely really a lot on our partners to help us do that. There are a few essential programs I want to talk about today that are food-based. And the first one is the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Has everybody heard of that? How many people have heard of it? Oh my gosh. Is that it? That's what we want to change. This program not only helps eligible seniors, it's eligible income-based, but it also provides income for farmers. So let me see here. It's an opportunity for low-income seniors to obtain vouchers to purchase PA-grown produce at Pennsylvania farmers markets, and allows for additional income to local farmers and farmers market. This is through the Department of Agriculture that offers it. Starting in June, we give away thousands of checks. Amy from the food bank will tell you that I am very, very popular once a year, right? So it is a very crucial program for people. We really want to focus on getting people to be able to get the kind of food, healthy food that benefit them. And there's nothing more healthy than locally grown produce from Pennsylvania. Let me see here where we are. One of the things is that we have a problem getting the word out to what this program is. And that's something that we continually try to brainstorm. So initially we had done it at the senior centers, but we really have tried to get out there. We go to the food bank, we go to food pantries, we go to local community events, and we go to local farmers markets. We ask that we really want the word to get out there, to spread, because there are people in far-reaching areas of the county that don't have access maybe to get these vouchers, and we can go to these pantries and places to give them to them. So the value of it's like $25, and it's once a year, and they can get them from June to September. They can pick them up September 30th, and they're good until November 30th to go to a farmer's market. They have to be an eligible farmer's market that have registered through the Department of Agriculture. So in saying that, that's a program that we really want to make sure we spread the word, especially in these trying times. The other thing that we're gonna talk about here, if I can get this, is our senior center community garden. I thought I saw Blake somewhere in here. There he is. It's from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And he, what'd you say?
He's with the Indiana County Conservation.
Yeah, but you're right, yes, but it was through a grant, correct, yes. So, and that grant allowed for him to put in some gardens, raised beds at two of our centers, and we've had, yeah, right here is the Indiana Center. You can see where we had somebody had the produce that we brought in. We made fresh salads, we made zucchini bread. And this is something that's been 2 years now. And I'll tell you what, it's a hit. They love it. And one of the things that we also see is people bringing in that have gardens, also bring in their produce and give away to others that don't have, you know, the gardens. And that, I mean, as Marie will tell you, there's such a need for produce, local produce. And the senior centers is one place where it gets scarfed up real quick. And my last thing that I want to talk about is nutrition education. And this is something that we've started new because the value of nutrition education plays an important role in the well-being of the older adult population. So as you can see here, we have some recipes that we did here. This was a class called A Reason for Cooking in Season. And we took June, July, and August. And we had in-season fruits and vegetables that we used in recipes for the classes. And this was held at the Tully Senior Center. We had an overwhelming response. And if you see the bottom, that is actually vegetarian cabbage rolls. So, and they were delicious. So we partnered with a local Adagio that's, and they went in and they taught the recipes and we gave out samples and this is something that we are going to continue to do because it really helps older adults with portion size, with things that are affordable, things that are easy, and things that are healthy. So moving forward, the three things that we have wanted to look for in the future is to expand the knowledge of the farmers market program. We went with the word to get out there. If you want to know more about it, you can look on PA.gov and at the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, and that information will come up. And we'd like to continue partnering with the community. We talked about this, about maybe getting other places coming in and helping us provide produce for the seniors at the senior centers. And our nutrition education is something that the state really asked us to do in order to help underserved older adults. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vicki. And unfortunately, we don't really have time for questions. I know we had a really wonderful question over here, if you don't mind addressing that, Marie and Megan. Gleaning, yeah, so if you want to connect with her afterwards, that would be great. But, you know, I know we had to kind of move through this real quick, but, you know, just take a second here just to recognize the wealth of knowledge that we have up here at this table today. And then also what a privilege it is that this is what we get to do on a Friday. And it's been a privilege to do this with you all. So thank you so much.
For our final panel today, Here Comes the Sun, Solar Solutions Big and Small. I am pleased to announce our moderator, Molly Sarver, who is a planning specialist with the Governor's Center for Local Government Services under the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development. Would you please give a warm welcome to Molly? Thank you.
Hi there, everybody. So glad to see so many of you guys sticking around to this. This has been a wonderful day, I think. Fun fact about my family, my mom was once an apprentice to an auctioneer. So I'm going to try and keep that energy, keep things moving fast. get us out of here. But, without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Tom Murphy. Tom has an ongoing partnership with the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors on the local implications of utility scale solar energy across the Commonwealth. He previously served as director of Penn State's Marcellus Center for Outreach and Research, the MCOR, providing leadership to a range of related outreach, energy events, and research activities. Tom has 40 years of experience working with public officials, researchers, industry, government agencies, and landowners. His current work centers on educational consultation and energy transitions, specifically at the convergence of shale gas, RNG, hydrogen, and renewables, with a recent emphasis on the rapidly changing energy paradigm and wider deployment of utility scale solar. So without further ado, let's please give it up for Tom Murphy.
Thank you. And appreciate the fact that many of you are staying here to the very end. It's difficult to be one of the last speakers here at the program. So we appreciate the fact that you're here. The last number of speakers we had, obviously, we were talking about food and a variety of things along those lines. I'd have to tell you, I'm going to talk about energy. We're going to talk about energy in terms of this panel, but I'm trained as an agronomist. You know what an agronomist is? Even my kids don't know what an agronomist is. Trained as an agronomist, but working in the energy field, and I came from the cooperative extension space. So I've been working in a variety of different components. So the food component and the agricultural piece in particular, as we think about the intersection between agriculture and energy, is becoming more and more pronounced. So the skill sets that we're bringing in that regard, I think, are very appropriate. Today, we're going to talk specifically, I'm going to talk specifically about utility scale solar, some of the work that we did, as you can hear from the introduction, coming from Penn State, working in the natural gas space. The reason I bring that up is we learned a lot of things from the wave of natural gas development, the Marcellus development that came across Pennsylvania. We're taking many of those lessons and we're applying them to the wave of utility scale solar that we're seeing occurring here within the state as well. Meaning there's some pluses and some minuses, and we're trying to bring all that to the table as we can. My focus is very specifically working with PSATs. If you're not familiar with PSATs, it's Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors, referred to as PSATs, a whole lot easier to say that. And the work that I do is working with municipal officials, township, borough, and also with county, particularly in the planning community, as we think about the implications of large-scale solar here in Pennsylvania, as we try to mitigate some of the challenges that we've observed, as we try to find some of the benefits that are there and work through that. So the work that I do is very, again, it's the extension side of me. Don't take a position, solar good, solar bad. My role is to talk about what are the facts, what are the details, what is the technology, what are some of the challenges, what are some of the opportunities, and when we find those challenges, how do we mitigate through that? So the work very specifically that I get into is we do a 3-hour deep dive type of a program. We did 2 of those earlier this week. We're actually doing one online next week. If you're a PSATs member, you've probably gotten an advertisement about that. 3-hour deep dive, go into all the different bits and pieces, and we end with looking at solar ordinances. Ultimately, that's what I'm getting to, is helping townships try to navigate solar ordinance if they're thinking about that, thinking about accessory solar rooftop type situations, as well as this larger type solar on the ground. In the end, the work, so we do those deeper dive educational type programs, but what I do ultimately is work with individual townships as they try to put together a solar ordinance, or if they have one in place, try to work through that with them to bring it up to speed, make it a little bit more contemporary if it's dated, and try to bring in so many examples because the process has changed over the course of time. The other thing that we do, and it would have been great to have done it here today, we just didn't have enough time, is we also put together a virtual solar tour. What we find with most municipal officials that are making the decisions about solar permitting within their jurisdictions is they've never seen it. They've never been inside the fence. They've seen some pictures, they've driven down the road, et cetera, but they've never actually had the chance to go inside. And often what we find them saying is, we just didn't know that. So it's that statement, they just don't know what they don't know. So that's what we try to do with an immersive solar tour. We set it up with virtual reality, but we can also do it on the screen, and that's typically what we do, and it's very helpful for municipal officials and again, county as well. There's a variety of concerns with this large scale solar. You can see the list that's on the screen there. Of course, I'm not going to go through them all because of time constraints today, but you can read through them. And if you ask township officials, which again is our primary audience, you would find decommissioning would get to the top of the list. They kind of go to the end of the story. What happens if, what happens if a company walked away, or what happens if, and you create a lot of different scenarios around that. And we try to work through what are the facts, what do we know, what can we help provide assistance with in that regard, and how can we demonstrate that even with a virtual tour? Meaning, looking at it as it's being constructed, it helps you to understand what you might need to decommission at the end. But if we ask the broader public, where the pushback seems to be with the public, is they just don't want to see it. It's a view shed issue. So then that leads to a lot of other things, how to screen it out. We'll talk about some of that, how to fence it, where to place it, and how to think about dual use type technologies as we work through that. We also, in the programs that we do, we talk about the solar drivers, and again, you can see a long list there, but it's this idea of why are we, why here, why now? Why such large scale solar in Pennsylvania? Why is this not just in Florida or New Mexico or California? It's in all those places, but it's also in Alaska and Montana and Vermont. The reality is there's enough sunlight in most locations across the US where large scale solar can be set up. So it's a matter of how to find a place for that, if that's what we want to do within our respective communities and jurisdictions to make that happen. But there's a lot of things driving this, reshoring of industry, and certainly the conversation about data centers and the increased use of electric going forward is going to be a big part of the story, and certainly driving the conversation when we think about solar, just like it drove the conversation back to where I started when we think about natural gas. Not going to spend, again, a lot of time on the different scales of solar, other than to make real quick comments there that accessory, that residential and commercial could be solar on top of a school or near a light industrial building or something of that nature, and certainly rooftop when we think about homes within our respective communities. But when we get beyond that, we also want to be thinking about these larger type systems that are out there. The systems are going to be typically measured in dozens of acres, or hundreds of acres. Now we're starting to see some of them move to 1,000+ acres. So they're kind of the bookends that are out there. Beyond that, we also want to keep in mind that there's a kind of a new scenario that we hadn't seen in the past. This community solar idea is not actually allowed in Pennsylvania. We would need a legislative change to allow for that to occur within the state. But we're seeing these large net metering type facilities that are showing up. Typically, these are 3 megawatts or less. This is kind of a quirk in Pennsylvania law that allows for this to happen, but we're seeing many of these show up. And if you represent a township and there's a knock at your door looking for a permit, it's likely going to be one of those, although it could be any of the others. So the point that I'm trying to make is when we think about ordinance development and the different components that go into that, we're trying to reflect on those, and we're trying to bring those details and those comments into that dialogue. As we try to mitigate, again, what some of the concerns are at the local level, one of the things that I hear consistently, every meeting that I do, when we're working with township officials, they always will say to me when you ask, well, what are the concerns? What are the issues? Where do you see opportunities with solar? Ultimately, they ask the question, but what's in it for us? We understand from the landowner's perspective, they're getting a lease or getting some income from that. Maybe the farmer is getting, something out of that if they're maintaining it as well. Certainly there's opportunity there, no question. But townships are asking, what about community benefit? What about some sort of collective action and collective benefit? And that's becoming a bigger part of the challenge and a big part of the conversation. And you'll hear a lot more about that as we go forward. So stay tuned for that. There are certainly many opportunities that way. Some of the things that we get into, I'm kind of moving now into the ordinance piece, which is, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, the mainstay of the work that I do. Here's a list of some of the things that I most typically do. A solar ordinance, typically you're looking at something that's about 10 to 13 pages, a lot of legalese, a lot of ordinance language, trying to get to the right place. But these are the top things that seem to float out into the conversation and where I spend most of my time. Decommissioning, mentioned a moment ago. How do we think about decommissioning? How do we think about the end of the story? If we're writing a story, in this case, it's going to last 25, 30, 50, 60 years, if there's some extensions that typically are in that story, how do we mitigate some of those components in there? And how do we place the right language to make sure that we end up with the scenario that we want to end up with over the course of time? There's financial considerations, there's cultural considerations, there's restoration, land restoration considerations in there. There's a lot of pieces. So those are some of the things that we work on when we think about that. If I go back to the commentary from local folks, whether they're local constituents within a township, or they're township supervisors, or county planners, or county commissioners, one of the things that I typically hear is about land transition. We hear about farmland, and a lot of solar right now is, unless it's rooftop, a lot of the solar that we're seeing is being developed on ag land. So we spent a lot of time talking about that. And one of the things that we get into, again, maybe back to the presentation with the last panel, is the food idea. So how can we bring something that's a dual use technology and produce energy above the land, as well as agriculture, maintain some level of agriculture on the ground? So that would be agrivoltaics as we typically define it. I like to frame it away from agrivoltaics and talk about dual use, because as planners, and I'm a planner myself in a township, we often think about any type of use that's coming at us, any type of development that might be reaching our desk for us to consider is a terminal use of that property. But when we think about solar in this case, it's typically something that has a lifespan, meaning eventually that's going to be pulled off of the landscape and it's going to go back to something else. It may in the end be the terminal use, but on the other hand, going into it, most companies and most landowners that are thinking about this, think about it as multi-generational, but eventually it's going to revert back to what it was or something of that nature. So we try to think about, well, then how do we protect the soil? How do we think about some of those agricultural considerations? And how do we think about this from a dual use type scenario? So that's a key part. We also, again, the thought that I mentioned before about most people's objection to solar, if it's large scale, not rooftop, but large scale, is they don't want to see it. So screening is a big aspect. And we see some examples out there of screening done very poorly. And those are things that we try to bring to the table and try to help communities that are thinking about this, not just fencing it in, which is key as well, but also how to screen it out and how to do that in a way that makes a lot of sense. So we show examples. There's a couple that we have from up in New York State over the course of 3 years. This would be an example of something that I would say was done very poorly. So using them as examples, we help township supervisors to think about, well, then how can we do it right? How can we design it so that we're going to block out that view, if that's what most of the objection is, if we're going to allow this larger scale solar within our communities? We think about fencing. Again, what does it look like? Does it look industrial? Which obviously it does in many cases. How can we change the look at the fence? How can we change the elevation of the panels? What about the vegetation that's around it and in it? How can we deal with some of those things as well? And also, how can we make sure that there is security there? This is a power plant. We don't think about it that typically in most cases. It's a power plant. It's just spread out across the landscape. But that said, there's electrical components in there, and we shouldn't have people just wandering through there. So we need to make sure there's good security. We need to make sure there's good signage that people understand that they shouldn't go in there unless they're trained to go in there. We need to make sure that we're thinking about the first responder community as well, that equally they're trained if there is some sort of a situation that they need to go in to respond, a fire, human emergency, whatever that might mean, and that they're also trained before the operation is actually up and running. So all the many things that we talk about when we think about the training with township officials and county planners and others in that regard. So with that, it's a real quick, again, I normally do 3 hours around that and really dive into the weeds. You're getting the 15-minute segment. So I'll stop with that. My contact information, if there's anybody that would like to go further in that regard, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you again so much for that, Tom. All right, up next, we have Amelia Egan from who is the Assistant Director for the Pennsylvania Solar Center, working primarily in the GET Solar program. That's GET Solar program. Amelia assists organizations and communities with solar feasibility analyses and the PA Solar Center team with program organization and development, and leads the team's outreach initiatives throughout southwestern Pennsylvania. Amelia also leads the volunteer PA Solar Corps program that maps out the solar potential of communities. Amelia received a BA in Applied Anthropology from Pennsylvania University of Indiana University of Pennsylvania, and woo, and more recently, a master's of sustainability from Chatham's Falk School for Sustainability, focusing on sustainable community development and project management. Thank you, Amelia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will also rapid fire through this. I was here last year, so thank you very much for inviting me back again. Some of what I will have here is a little bit of a repetition from last year because I love what we do, so we're going to talk about it again. But I also wanted to try to incorporate a couple new ideas, a couple of topics that have really been reoccurring throughout the year. So the Pennsylvania Solar Center, we are a 501c3 nonprofit. Our vision is we envision a world powered by energy that is reliable, affordable, and sustainable for all. And our mission is to provide trusted guidance to usher all Pennsylvanians into the clean energy economy to reach a sustainable and resilient tomorrow. We are based here in Southwest PA in Pittsburgh, but we do operate throughout the state. But I love Indiana, so anytime you ask me to come here, I will be here. So we are generously supported by mostly the foundation community in Pittsburgh, but also a couple of industry developers. We have a small but mighty team. We've got about 10 people doing a lot of work. We have something like 400 projects in our queue all throughout the state of various sizes. So we are in high demand, which I think just emphasizes how much interest there is in solar throughout the state. So we kind of have a three-tier approach. We do education. We have some resources online. We have Watson Learn, which is a monthly series that you can come to if you are interested in different solar topics. We have a really great newsletter that kind of highlights some of the different solar news going on in the state, and our LinkedIn is very active and a lot of other resources online. I suggest you browse our website. Policy and education and advocacy, our executive director, her name is Sharon Pillar. She is one of the leaders of solar policy in Pennsylvania. And we also have some useful guides on our website about like what are some of the different topics and what's some of the different legislation and how do we kind of feel about it based on our kind of specific position from the commercial standpoint, commercial energy standpoint. So I'm going to take a step back real quick. So we focus on the commercial sector. So Tom was speaking mostly about the utility sector. So again, that's really power stations. We're talking about renewable energy power stations, kind of large scale solar development, wind. If you see those wind farms out in New Stanton and stuff, that's all at the transmission level. So that's the utility scale. I'll be speaking more to the commercial scale, which is, we don't do residential at the solar center. Our niche is commercial, which is everything from mom and pop pizza shops all the way up to schools and municipalities. So like I spend a lot of time at municipal board meetings and school board meetings, but I'm also talking to a lot of small business owners. So we kind of do everything in between there. Part of the reason why we were able to do solar in Pennsylvania and why it's profitable is because of a law called net metering. So essentially you're looking at your solar project on a year-long view. You are connected into the grid. So if the grid goes down, you also lose electricity unless you have a small battery backup. We're not going to get into that today, but long story short, your solar panel is connected into the grid. So you're looking at it at a year-long view. So you're trying to size a system that is going to produce as much energy as you consume over a year. It then acts like a bank account where you really build up these credits over the summer, and then in the winter when you're not producing as much, you can draw down on them. So that's why we are able to say like you can offset 100% of your energy usage and offset most of your electricity bill. There's still taxes and stuff like that. But you can offset most of your electricity bill by doing this distributed generation solar, which is kind of more point of use. Another fun fact about solar in Pennsylvania for the net metering is that you actually have a 2-mile radius. So a really great example is the Indiana wastewater treatment plant. I don't know if you all have heard about their solar project. So we helped them to identify a couple of different options. They own a plot of land that is about a mile away from the actual wastewater treatment plant. So we were able to help design a system and put it out to bid, and their developers are now working with them for the financing, and actual installation should occur soon. But all that to say that it's a mile from where the actual consumption is. So you have a 2-mile radius as the crow flies. So especially for rural schools, what we've learned is that that gives a lot, more variability and a lot of leeway. So reasons to go solar and solar financing, it creates predictable energy costs. It can free up money to serve your mission, and the incentives are really good right now. But I really want to hammer home on this. It creates predictable energy costs. I don't know if you all have seen that your electricity bill has gone up since June. It's going to keep going up, and that's happening on the commercial sector. That's happening in your schools and municipalities too. So especially as from a kind of public use standpoint and from a tax exempt organization or municipalities, this is really kind of about budget stability and making sure that you are fiscally responsible with the taxpayer dollars. So now is a good time to go solar still. There are some changes in the Inflation Reduction Act that I'll talk about, but it's still available. And so this was really novel. It was placed into service or it was voted on in 2022. And what's unique about this one is that it gives tax exempt entities tax credits. So everyone who does a solar project is eligible for a 30% tax credit, even if you're a tax exempt entity. It acts similarly to a tax process, but it's kind of the best time to go solar because of those incentives. And there are a lot of financing opportunities, not as many as we would love to see. Some of them have been taken away, but there are still some really good financing opportunities that are available. And again, electricity costs have been rising dramatically. So I'd like to focus on this chart if you can see it. This is actually residential rates, but commercial rates are reflective of this as well. Essentially at the grid level, so we are all a part of the PJM. It is like the largest grid in the world. It's the whole mid-Atlantic. And so whenever they do bargaining auctions for, at this electricity is going to, be this cost, and there's a supply and demand there. The auctioning rates for that went up like 200%, which means that all of those costs come back onto us. So that's why we're seeing some of these electricity rates increasing. And part of that is an increased grid demand. And part of that is from data centers. I am not a data center expert. I am just trying to highlight the fact that, there's just a kind of restraint of supply and demand right now. We're seeing that data centers are really, really accelerating the demand for electricity, and there's not enough supply of new utility scale projects coming online. And so there's just this supply and demand constraint right now, which is why our electricity prices are rising so dramatically. They did that capacity auction again, and it again went up the same percentage, like 200% or something like that. So we're going to see the same chart here, the same percentage that it went up starting this year. It's going to do that again next year. I'm sorry to tell you that. So again, all of this kind of leads to, it's still a really great time to go solar because the electricity prices are quite volatile. So you can pay for solar either through cash purchase. That's the best. If you got the cash, just go for it. But there are a lot of really great financing opportunities and a unique opportunity we call power purchase agreements. Loan programs is going to be what most organizations are using. I know that the Indiana wastewater treatment plant was able to use this rural water financing agency program. I was recently on a webinar where they were talking and they said this is the most poorly named name for a program. It's not for rural organizations and it's not just for water organizations. If you are a school, municipality, tax exempt entity, you can probably apply for this, and it's about 4.5% loan. And the way that they usually structure the loans is that your payment towards the loan is lower than what your electricity bill would be. So once you pay down the loan, you then, if you're able to, size to 100% of your use, you're then just kind of, you've got your solar and you don't have to worry about that electricity bill for the rest of the project's life. But all that to say that, there are some good loan programs that are available. Long-term power purchase agreements, this one's a really unique financing structure. It's essentially where you are leveraging capital funds. And so a developer owns and maintains the system and kind of sells that energy back to you, just like they're the, West Penn Power or Duquesne Light. They're almost acting like your electricity provider. Usually this is kind of for larger systems. So we see something like 80 to 90% of schools throughout the country are using this type of financing structure because it's no upfront cost. So you negotiate a price that's lower than your regular electric bill, and then you're going to be able to know exactly what you're paying for the lifetime of the system. So again, it's kind of fiscal responsibility. There are some programs in Pennsylvania to do this at the much smaller level too. So part of our work at the PA Solar Center is to try to identify some of the CDFIs and unique organizations that are doing interesting projects and kind of work those levers a little bit more. I wanted to highlight the RISE PA grant. It is an industrial decarbonization grant. Right now, you can still apply for the small and medium tract. It is for-profit businesses that are manufacturers. Their definition of manufacturing is that you alter a product. So that does apply to a lot of food manufacturers and like breweries and things like that. So it's pretty widely eligible if you're a small business, and it's 50% of the project cost, and then those federal tax credits stack on top of it. Speaking of federal tax credits, these got changed a lot since the last time I saw you guys. With the reconciliation bill that happened this summer, this timeline went from 2032 to 2027. So right now you can still move forward with the project and expect 30% of that base of the base cost of the project to be reimbursed. It's almost like a reimbursable grant. It comes in the form of a tax if you're for profit, but if you're a tax exempt entity, it's essentially a reimbursable grant. Indiana County, all of Indiana County is also considered an energy community because of the historic fossil fuel industry. And so that's 40% for all of Indiana County. And then most developers are able to meet this 10% domestic content bonus credit. So I believe the wastewater treatment project is getting 50% back because they were able to get the domestic content credit as well. And there's another bonus for tax or for profit entities. So again, this timeline was very dramatically altered recently. Long story short is that if you can get a project, if you already have a project going, try to contract and get 5% of the project down by the end of this year. If not, try to do it by July 4th next year. If you can't meet that timeline, you then have until December 31st, 2027 to install that project. Place into service is essentially that it's installed and connected to the grid. But starting in 2028, if you haven't met any of these timelines, you no longer are eligible for these federal tax credits. And as I mentioned, we thought we had till 2032. So now a lot of people who have been solar curious, rather than thinking they have, almost 10 more years, now have 2 years. So a lot of developers are getting flooded right now. So if you are thinking about doing a solar project, I suggest reaching out to us. We have our Get Solar program. This is where I mostly work. We've helped install 20 projects across the Commonwealth. That has leveraged $15.7 million in savings and will then kind of spin out into about more than 21 million in savings over 25 years for all of these projects. So our technical assistance team, we work throughout the whole state, but we have priority in Southwest Pennsylvania. We do kind of a wraparound approach. So we kind of take anything in your portfolio, we throw everything at the wall, see what sticks. So this is a school, for example. We can look at all of the rooftops, ground mounts, potentially carports. Those are really cool, but really expensive. And just see like what the different options are within the portfolio. We then can do the actual solar modeling. We take a look at all of your bills, see what you're consuming, what you can offset We put that into our really fancy Excel calculator that we've developed. And we can kind of understand what your 30-year cash flow for your project would look like, which includes operations and maintenance cost, all of the federal incentives you might be eligible for. There's a couple of state incentives, and then the SREC market, which is just kind of some icing on the cake as far as state incentives go. So we can kind of take a really good snapshot of what your project is. And then if all of that looks good, we can help put it out to bid. And my last thing is that interconnection right now for First Energy is really difficult. It's hard to get a meaningful timeline of what that is. So what that means is that you've selected your developer, they're doing their permits, and they're trying to actually get your project into, you know, the First Energy West Penn power grid. We've recently gotten anecdotal accounts that they've quoted 5 to 6 months to get any sort of permit back. In comparison, Duquesne Light is like 90 days. So all of that to say, for all the reasons I mentioned before, and for this, if you would like to meet that timeline for federal tax incentives, you have to think of this too. So get your projects in now. If you'd like to talk to me, I have open hours every other Thursday from 1 to 2. I'll hopefully share this slide around so you can have that link. Or you can just reach out directly to our team. And our great program coordinator, Nick, will get back to you and get all the information you need to get you going. So thank you very much for having me. Sorry that was rough.
Thank you so much again to Tom Murphy, who's working with the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors, and Amelia Egan for who's working with PA Solar Center during this period where, you know, the solar energy industry is continuing to grow and energy conversations on the forefront of everyone's minds. We really appreciate the assistance and guidance you give our municipal officials and our commercial sector on, you know, adopting best practices and capitalizing on these opportunities. And thank you again to Christina, Ali, Scott, and everyone else who helped make this happen today and for having us here.
Time for one question.
One question is that if I pick my electric bill and the total cost that I pay, and I divide it by the kilowatt hours that I use, it's more like 22 cents per kilowatt hour. Why do you show 10 or 11 cents?
Because part of that is demand charges. So kilowatts rather than kilowatt hour aren't always offset by solar. And part of it is, so the chart I showed there was just specifically the supply rate. If you look on your bill, there's supply, distribution, energy efficiency offset, sometimes like transmission, customer support, default charge. There's a bunch of different charges. So what I was looking, like the chart that I had was just the supply rate. But
those other charges are based on kilowatt hours used. So if you reduce your kilowatt hours, you're gonna reduce your total bill.
Right.
22 cents per kilowatt hour.
yeah, so you're gonna, you know, if you take energy efficiency measures, that's the best way to reduce, you know, your energy use. Reducing your energy use is the best, but everyone has energy use. So if you can use solar to offset your kilowatt hours, it'll offset all of those charges.
So it's closer to 22 cents a kilowatt hour.
In some places it is, yeah.
Here in Indiana. And the other question I have is, somebody mentioned today that there is some environmental pollution put off by these solar panels. If you contaminate the ground underneath it, never heard that. And where's that coming from?
There are really effective misinformation campaigns surrounding renewable energy in Pennsylvania.
In addition to those incentives that you highlighted, are the commercial farm installations still eligible for the accelerated depreciation of the capital costs?
Yes, so
So you can write off the entire project cost in a year.
it's the first 5 years. It's a 5-year acceleration.
It's not the accelerated.
It is accelerated depreciation, but it's within the first 5 years and then the schedule changes here. That I believe was affected by the reconciliation as well. So right now until 2027, yes.
So I would like to thank you all for attending today's 8th Annual Sustainability Summit. Thank you all to the speakers, and I would be remiss if I did not thank the sponsors one more time. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who made today's event possible. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Josh. Is Josh still here? Okay. And I would like to thank the center's interns and all of the student volunteers. Thank you all for doing such a great job. In closing, please do not forget to complete your summit surveys. And thank you again for making the 8th Annual Sustainability Summit event to remember. Please remember to come next year. It will be a bigger event and we'll have surprises. Thank you very much.